with the known German, European brands. And I think this is a role we should pick up with the PIDA, and we are also talking to them. But I think the most important, as I started from, is the sharing and learning from India to the rest of the world. And here, I think, very structured triangular cooperation agreements between India and other countries. And I'm happy to say that as Shg-Led, we have just concluded ones through MEA with Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia. There's interest from Cameroon. And these are mostly around millets and other regenerative practices that we're talking about. I think India teaching and learning from the world, this will also set up trade linkages. So it's not just knowledge. It will lead to discovery and businesses. So I think a triangular cooperation would be a very important thing to go forward on. And on behalf of the German cooperation, I can say we are fully committed to continue this journey with Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Agriculture, state governments, and all the civil society organization and private sector stakeholders to create resilient livelihoods and the right resurgent ecology for a Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rajiv, sir. After this, I would like to invite our Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood, Government of Karnataka, Shri Sharan Prakash Rudrappa Patil, sir, for the inaugural address.
Ellarigu namaskara. First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you to this beautiful city of Bengaluru for this national conclave of Shg-Led natural farming, making of Lakpati Didis. The dignitaries who are participating in this conclave, Shailesh Kumar Singh ji is the Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Devesh Chaturvedi ji, Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Farming, T.K. Anil Kumar, Additional Secretary, Government of India, Manoj Kumar Meena ji, Secretary, Skill Development, Ms. Swati Sharma, Joint Secretary, Government of India, Snehal, Mission Director, Raju Ahal, Director of NRME, Rajeshwari, Director of MOD, and mission directors from various states, and all the dignitaries who are participating in this conclave from across the country. It is very important for us all to migrate to a natural farming, which is definitely Government of India and even the Government of Karnataka is stressing upon how we can do this, and especially involving SHGs in this transformation. As we all know, this natural farming journey clearly demonstrates how skills, women-led institutions and strong convergence can together transform rural livelihood in a sustainable and scalable manner. We all know, myself being coming from a farming family, I know closely in how villages, women play a very important role in agriculture. I can say their daily involvement in agriculture and they are actually the backbone in which they are supporting man and actually doing most of the work in the fields, from what I have observed closely. So this is a right initiative, but the biggest challenge what the agriculture is facing today in India, though we have achieved our national needs for food grains, now the biggest challenge is how we have done that. And of course, probably back then in 70s and 60s, there was a great requirement at that point of time to increase our productivity, for which we have adopted certain fertilizers, and also over a period of time we have developed many ways where we had to use chemical pesticides to improve our productivity. But now I think the time has come for us to move back to natural farming, as this is having a huge toll, and there are various studies that it is having an adverse impact on the, not only on the soil health, on the health of the individuals as well. But the biggest challenge what I see today, with this transformation, can we make natural farming, organic farming sustainable to the farmers? This is the biggest challenge. As we all know, our country, basically more than 50% of the population just still dependent on agriculture, rural agriculture. And in this transformation from our existing system to a newer one, though it's not a new one, it's our own culture has shown this from long time. This is ingrained in our system, ingrained in us. Because there is a saying in Kannada, Koti Vidyakinta Meti Vidya Melu. That means agriculture knowledge is the most important thing than all knowledges. This has been ingrained in us, so we are moving back to our old culture. But in the meantime, is it sustainable is a question. If it has to transform into a large scale, we can do a pilot studies, and as mentioned by Raju, not only studies are enough now, pilot studies. We have to move in for a structured implementation of what we have already established. For that, definitely there is a huge support required from the governments, not only that, from the society as well. If we move to some, we have to move to the organic farming and natural farming, then the right price has to be paid, for which I think maybe there is a market in urban areas or in metropolitan cities where people are aware, but still in the large scale, this will be only possible when there is a support from the society, and when we are ready to pay the others to guide and tell them. They themselves do the research to guide and tell them. They themselves do the research and they adopt which is the best possible method, which is the best possible sustainable in their circumstance to grow and still make a decent livelihood out of it. So we need to come up with ways to support them in terms of marketing and alternatives what we are providing them, proper banking facility. Then only this will be possible, and especially this conclave is focusing on Shg-Led natural farming. Our Krishi Sakhis are already there in the ground in big numbers. But what I feel is, every woman in a rural household is well versed with farming. They know the basics. Only thing what we need to give the medicinal knowledge is that how marketing can be done, how value addition can be done, and how we can handhold them and think of innovative ways, market linkages. These are all the things we need to focus on. So definitely I believe this conclave will deliberate on all these things for 2 days. Probably this for 2 days, isn't it? Okay. So I think the experiences across the country will be deliberated here, and definitely this will set a path. And Government of Karnataka is committed with more than 3 crore women involved in SHGs. And even the Government of Karnataka incentivizing women by giving Graha Lakshmi. Government of Karnataka believes that any change in the society can be through women to improve their sustainable livelihood. For a better society, the income at the rural household needs to be increased, and that we can do involving women folk. That is the belief of this government, and we are working in that direction. I once again welcome you all for this conclave, and I hope this deliberation will bring fruits in future. Thank you.
Not joined. Not joined. Okay. One second. I'm very grateful to our Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood, Dr. Sharan Prakash Rudrappa Patil sir, for gracing this occasion and giving us his valuable inputs. Sir has been instrumental in developing and promoting SHG-led activities. He has also been instrumental in farm livelihoods, which is very dear to his heart. I'm very grateful to you, sir. Secretary Agriculture was supposed to join us, but since due to paucity of time, we'll be having sir's address a little later. Now I request Rajeshwari to please come and deliver the vote of thanks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕೀರ್ತನೆ ಇದೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ದಿನವೇ ಶುಭ ದಿನವು, ಇಂದಿನ ವಾರ ಶುಭವಾರ, ಇಂದಿನ ಘಳಿಗೆ ಶುಭ ಘಳಿಗೆ. In Kannada there is a kirtan which says, this moment is the best one, this day is the best day. So in the similar lines, I am feeling that this day is a remarkable day, marking the significance of the trust being given on the journey which is leading the country towards the path of chemical-free soils, chemical-free crops, chemical-free livelihoods, and ensuring sound health for farm families as well as ensuring assured income. So in this, we got to hear from the respected honorable ministers. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both the ministers who joined us, who accepted our invitation and joined this conclave and inaugurated it. I'm very grateful and extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Livelihoods, Government of Karnataka, Shri Sharan Prakash Rudrappa Patil sir. A round of applause, please. I would like to extend my gratitude as well as heartfelt thanks for the gracious presence of Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, Shri N. Chalurai Swami sir, who had to leave for other engagements. Thank you so much, sir. So now I would like to share a few things because I am involved since the beginning of this conclave. So first, when the idea of this conclave was presented to my seniors in the ministry, I should say since day one, they supported this idea of deliberating these discussions, having this conclave. They guided the team, how it should be designed, how it should be implemented. So sir, Ma'am, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected Secretary, Shri Shailesh Kumar Singh sir, who joined us online as well as gave his guiding words for us how this conclave as well as the way forward should be designed. My thanks goes to the pillar behind this entire conceptualization, at our respected Additional Secretary, Shri Anil Kumar, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to say this conclave would have not happened, or it would have become a far reality without the support of respected Joint Secretary, Srimati Swati Sharma, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all your guidance and support since day one, ma'am. I would like to say this scheme, National Mission on Natural Farming, is getting implemented in convergence. It's a convergence scheme. We are working closely with Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So even from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, we received great amount of support and guidance in this work, what we are getting to realize today. So my heartfelt gratitude goes to Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, respected Devesh Chaturvedi sir, who couldn't join us today because of his other engagement with the Minister sir. But he has sent his team with us, Ms. Gublina Badan ma'am. You are here and your educative presentations were very significant in guiding the participants, and Ravi Shankar ji from ICR. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And now I would like to come to Karnataka state when we gave this request for the state that we are planning this workshop on we are planning a national conclave, national level pay on natural farming, because there are few states, I would like to say, who are faring well or doing good with this natural/organic farming. So Karnataka is one such state, and the moment we approached them with this idea, the state welcomed very dearly that we will be supporting you with everything. So from that day till we all are here realizing how well it has came out, and we could see it for ours. Starting from Chief Secretary ma'am, who joined us and beautifully, cordially, she guided us how the next step should be. So my heartfelt gratitude goes to respected Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, Srimati Shalini Rajneesh ma'am, who joined us and gave her golden words how this thing should go ahead in coming years. Then we have respected Secretary, Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood, Shri Manoj Kumar Meena sir. Thank you so much for your gracious presence, sir. And we had Patil sir, Commissioner from Department of Agriculture, who had to leave. Thank you, sir, for joining. And then I come to Karnataka State Rural Livelihood Mission. The mission, we gave this request at a very short period of notice, let me tell you all. The team was so much in energy and spirit and enthusiasm. We all had to work day and night and make this event a reality. A dream, what we are seeing is a dream come reality today. So all this goes to Ms. Nehal, State Mission Director, who is leading this mission with her wonderful team. I would like to say AMD Srinivas ji and COO and Farm Livelihoods team also. I can't take name of each and every one of you. Apologies for that, but you all are in my gratitude list, definitely. And this is about KSRLM, but whenever National Rural Livelihood Mission Day, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, we do any event, all the entire country will be here. The representation in this hall, so I can say the entire country's representation is here. So thank you for the representations from all 34 state teams who are present here. And natural farming is getting implemented in silos. very valuable partners with us, starting from GIZ. GIZ have been our technical cooperative partner as well as financial partner as well for this event. They are implementing a project in 3 states. So thank you so much, Rajiv Ahalji.
Follow close. Secretary Agriculture has joined and he will address us.
Oh, okay. So I can stop.
You can tell her that you connect it.
Yeah, so it is very fortunate that we have Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Devesh Chaturvedi sir has joined us. So first let us hear to them, then I'll continue with my vote of thanks. Oh, sir.
Good morning, sir. I request you to please address the gathering, sir. I request Secretary Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Shri Devesh Chaturvedi ji, to please address the gathering. Thank you, sir.
Sir, are we audible, sir?
Arvind, will you please check with his office? Good afternoon, sir. Are we audible to you, sir? आवाज नहीं जा रही है शायद. Sir, are we audible now? Good afternoon, sir. This is Swati Sharma, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development. Can you hear us, sir? Dear friends, please apologies. Some technical issues always happen. Respected sir, Minister sir, we request you also. Very kind of you to be patient, sir. Sir, are we audible, sir?
No, I'm hearing sound, but I'm not able to see anything on the other side.
Sir, give us just 1 second, sir. No. Just give me. Good afternoon, sir. Are we audible, sir?
कौन बैठा है वहाँ हमें पता ही नहीं है. Who is sitting on the dais ये तो पता चले यार.
Good afternoon, sir. Are we audible, sir? Good afternoon, sir. Are we audible, sir? Too much of echo, Ashok.
ये तो एक टेक्निकल इशू आ रहा है.
लैपटॉप नहीं दिखा देंगे, कैमरा
कैमरे का स्ट्रीम उसमें नहीं डाल सकते. हाँ, अनम्यूट.
What is the issue?
Good afternoon, sir. Are we audible, sir?
कोई एक ही कनेक्ट है.
So some technical issues, dear friends, I'm really apologies. Sir, we are very, very thankful to you, Honorable Minister, sir, Manoj Meena ji, TK Anil Kumar, sir, all the MDs who have come here, SRLMs and the experts who are here. With that, sir, we end the session and we'll go ahead with the next one.
We have our technical partners here whom we are working with over many years. Pradhan team is here, TRIF team is here, and the many veterans in the field. I could see the representations from NABARD, ICR. Dr. Dalwai sir has joined us just now, so heartily welcome, as well as with this we would like to conclude the inaugural session. Thank you so much for everyone. If I have missed out anything, it is not intentional, please, in the rush of the time. But you all are our valued partners, and let's take this with great spirit and enthusiasm. Thank you so much. Now we are immediately beginning with the first session, and we can have tea break. Those who want to have tea and coffee, you can please move out and have it. But we are beginning with the first session. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for joining.
Yeah, so let me express my personal level of happiness to be part of this process. I am Narendra Nath. I am the national anchor for the Natural Coalition on Natural Farming. So I'm very happy to be associated with this national conference, which very interestingly NRLM has taken up and which should in a way provide the guideline for the future of livelihoods programming in the country itself. So this session is named National Policy Pathways for Regenerative Agriculture, Natural and Organic Farming, and Rural Economic Transformation through Green Entrepreneurship and Trade. It's a wide-ranging session primarily aimed at policy guidance for programming for natural farming. This session is designed to position natural farming not just as a technique, but as a pivotal national pathway for economic resilience and climate adaptation. Our goal is to move beyond theory. Our goal is to move beyond theory to identify the specific policy enablers, financing mechanisms, and cross-ministerial convergences required to scale these practices nationwide. Crucially, we will focus on the central role of women-led institutions as the primary drivers of this transition, ensuring our discussions provide actionable inputs for the implementation of NRLM. By end of this one session, 90 minutes, we aim to have a clear roadmap for resource convergences, higher amounts of investments, market integration, and the institutional support needed to strengthen agroecology and rural livelihoods. For this session, we have a set of very eminent panelists. I invite the panelists onto the stage. The moderator of the panel is Dr. Ashok Dalwai. Dr. Ashok Dalwai, can you please come on stage? Dr. Mihir Shah, panelist, eminent speaker. Dr. Rangalakshmi from MSSRF. Mrs. Chuki Nanjunda Swami. Please come on stage. Mr. James Mark D'Souza Shields, please come on stage. Dr. A.V. Bhavani Shankar, please come on stage. Inviting the eminent participants, eminent speakers to come on the stage, please. And last but not least, Dr. Parashuram Patil, please come. Dr. Patil? Please. So let me indulge me a bit. Let me introduce such an eminent list of speakers here. I think it will be unjust to him if you do not know who they are. Dr. Ashok Dalwai is a distinguished 1984 batch IAS officer and agriculture economist renowned for spearheading India's strategic shift from a production-centric to an income-centric agricultural policy. As the chairman of the Committee on Doubling Farmers' Income, he authored the landmark report that serves as a blueprint for enhancing rural livelihoods through productivity gains, market reforms, and value chain integration. He is currently the chairman of the Board of Governors of the Institute of Social and Economic Change, Bangalore. He was earlier an additional secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and also the CEO of the National Rainfed Area Authority. I'll just quickly introduce the rest of the speakers also in one go, and then I'll hand it over to Dr. Ashok Dalwai. The speaker, Dr. Mihir Shah, is a distinguished Indian economist and public policy expert, celebrated for his transformative contribution to water resource management and rural development. As a member of the Planning Commission, he spearheaded a paradigm shift in the 12th five-year plan, moving India's water strategy from a supply-centric model to one focused on demand management and ecological sustainability. He is also the founder of Samaj Pragati Sahyog, working very closely with the tribal communities in Madhya Pradesh, and he spent decades implementing water and livelihood security projects. He's chaired several high-power government committees, and currently he is a distinguished professor at the Shiv Nadar University, and is also the chairperson of the National Coalition of Natural Farming. Dr. R. Rangalakshmi is a distinguished agronomist and development researcher, currently serving as executive director at the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, where she leads the JRD Tata Eco Technology Center. With over 25 years of interdisciplinary experience spanning agriculture and anthropology, she is a leading authority on agrobiodiversity conservation, climate change, adaptation, and gender-inclusive rural development. Her work is based on pro-poor, pro-women, and pro-nature philosophy. I welcome her into the panel here. MS Chukir Nanjunda Swami is a prominent Indian agriculture activist and leading voice in the global peasant movement as a leader of the Karnataka Rajya Raita Sangha and La Campesina. As the Executive Director of Amrita Bhumi, an international agroecology learning center, she spearheads farmer-to-farmer training focused on zero-budget natural farming. As part of the La Via Campesina, she also advocates for the rights of 200 million food producers and campaigners against corporate parenting of seeds through the Seed Satyagraha. I welcome her also into the panel. Mr. James Mark D'Souza Shields is the country director for the India Multi-Country Office at the International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD. He is a specialist in inclusive finance and sustainable development, and he is currently spearheading the India Country Strategic Opportunities Program, which aligns with the IFAD's investments on the Viksit Bharat 2047. And through this, he fosters the vision to foster rural prosperity, gender equity, and climate resilience. In IFAD, he also authored the organization's inclusive rural. Give me a hand mic or something. Hello, come back. Yeah, sorry for the glitch. Dr. A.V. Bhavani Shankar is the Chief General Manager of the Farm Sector Development Department, NABARD, where he leads the national initiatives for sustainable rural livelihoods and natural resource management. A staunch believer of the rich, advocate of the rich to value approach, he has played a critical role in scaling the Indo-German watershed development program in NABARD. And covering 3 million hectares of degraded land. And he is also key architect of the implementation of the central sector scheme to promote 10,000 farmer producer organizations. Welcome you, Dr. Bhavani Shankar. Parashuram Patil is a distinguished international agriculture economist and social scientist, serving as a senior advisor for agriculture at the Maharashtra Institution for Transformation, Mitra. As a key architect of the Viksit Maharashtra 2047 vision, he leads the state's transition towards climate-resilient agriculture, specifically spearheading the Maharashtra natural farming policy and the development of a specialized natural farming and resource science university. So I welcome this very eminent panel into the session, and then I hand over the session to Dr. Ashok Dalwai for the next 90 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Narendraji. Good afternoon to everyone. Namaskar. May I request you to be now silent and rivet your attention to the stage. Friends there who are having their tea, please pick up your glass and move into the hall. Can you all hear me? Those on yeah, now I think they can carry. Yeah. All of you kindly pick up your glasses of tea and come inside. All right, friends. Yeah. We always believe in orders.
It's a community-based inclusive order.
Yes. Yeah, Mark tells me that it is a community-based inclusive order. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, our friends, we have had a very elaborate inaugural session. We heard to some very positive comments, and simultaneously we also heard to cautions.
Hello.
So I would say
all
that
participants are requested to kindly join in session. The session is already started. So all requested to kindly join in session.
Yeah. Yes, exactly, yeah. Yeah, all right. Friends, it's now 12:30. We were supposed to have started this at 11:30. And we have
Hello.
an hour and a half.
All participants are requested to kindly join the session. The session is already.
All right. I think I'll manage from here now. Nobody need intervene. Let's begin the session. We have an hour and a half, and I think it's a good time, given that we have our panelists here, each of whom is a very knowledgeable person with lots of perceptions, and it's important that we bring different perceptions to this particular topic. The three key words around here is, of course, though it's called natural farming, I would prefer to call it as conservation agriculture, or what in common perception is called alternate technology. And when we say conservation agriculture, it talks about regenerative approach. We can have different systems under that. We can have natural farming, we can have organic farming, we can have integrated nutrient management based farming. There's something called as Vedic farming. So all kinds of technologies are available to us. And the second one, of course, is livelihood. I think that's most important, that we're here talking about livelihood opportunities. And then third, we're talking about entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship for the women of this country. So all these three pillars are extremely important. The context that I would like to set before I hand over the mic to my friends here, that when we are going to discuss here about natural farming, organic farming, what I would request all of you to remember is that we keep tending to miss the bus by being linear in our thoughts. The Green Revolution, for example, was a linear response to the food deficiency. And now when we talk about alternate technology, conservation agriculture, we're once again becoming linear, which only means that unless we have an ecosystem approach to whatever we want to do, we'll once again miss the bus. So when I talk about ecosystem approach in the context of conservation agriculture, what our panelists would like to be sharing with you is that we have different components around agriculture. Yes, first of all, we want that the food security of the nation, more sharply nutrition security of our people is very important, given the context of growing population and expected to reach 168 crore by 2050. Second one is that we need to take care of the sustainability of the production system, the microenvironment, in the context of climate change, which is going to exacerbate the system. And the third, of course, very important, when we keep talking about India becoming Viksit, India becoming a developed nation by 2047, we mean two things. One, we have a growth rate, that means GDP growth rate of around 8% consistently for the next 25 years. And third, corollary to that is inclusive growth. When you talk of inclusive growth, we mean egalitarian approach. And that egalitarian approach cannot come from charity of the government. Yes, welfare baskets are important, but more important is to see how we can have a job-led growth. And given that the working population in India today constitutes 64% of India's 145 crore, job is the necessity. But then the challenge comes to us, because today the world is competitive. We're not living in a colonial world of 19th century where the Western world had dominance, monopoly. Today, every nation, every continent is able to compete. So India is going to face the challenge to growth. And second, the emerging suite of technologies, particularly the artificial intelligence and robotics and sensors, are all labor substituting in nature. So how do we ensure that our growth of 8% that we are targeting, which is possible, will happen anchored on job creation? Therefore, this particular theme is very relevant, I must say. So to put it sharply, we need to have food and nutrition security for our people, which is a moral responsibility of agriculture. That agriculture has to be reimagined, remandated, restructured to make it job-oriented, because adequate jobs are not going to be created in the manufacturing sector or the service sector on account of the two challenges I talked about. And third, we're not going to make the mistake of a green revolution where producing at any cost, producing anyhow. at any cost. India's cost of production is one of the most uncompetitive in the world today. Second, anyhow, we have damaged our ecosystem, our ecology, sorry. So today, when we are going to talk about the Lakpati Didis, the fourth pillar that comes to our mind and should be kept in mind is that India has not been, India, the world at large, have not been fair to the women. And if India wants to be a developed nation, egalitarian, constitutionally led, it must answer the requirements of 50% of the human resources. And women who have been left out of the developmental paradigm are now sought to be brought into the paradigm by the Ministry of Rural Development. So I must say that Ministry of Rural Development, it actually sublimates the angularities of the Ministry of Agriculture. Having worked in agriculture for the last 15 years, I can only tell you that we are always focused on growth, but you are focused on egalitarian approach. So therefore, it's good that two ministries are here. So this is the fourth pillar, that how do we ensure that our women, it is not a feminism, it is a right. Okay, so we will focus on these four. And I must tell you that we have four fantastic people here. I mean, the panelists who are very fantastic people from different backgrounds will be bringing international perspective, different state perspectives, and of course also people like Mir Shah who have worked with the people, while also being professorial in their upbringing. So we will, and we have Madam here, Chuki, who is one of the leading farmer leaders, and you must be knowing that her father was a man who brought this importance of farmers as a core of a development in our state, Professor Nanjunda Swami. So we'll have you here also. So now, without ado, let me proceed. What we will do is that since we have got an hour and a half, we'll start with the first round, and each of you can share your own thoughts for at least about 3 minutes. And the second round will come to specific questions, and then we'll open it to the House for about 15 minutes for a Q&A session, so that the dimensions that we may not have covered can be brought out. And we'll follow by another 2 rounds. And each round, I think 2 to 3 minutes, so we'll be, that is, using it more purposefully. So let me now start off with Mir Shah himself, who has been the former member of Planning Commission, and he's known more as a waterman of our country. So, Mir, would you like to share your thoughts on this? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ashok, for that brilliant setting of the stage. I must congratulate you, because often we focus on one or the other aspect. And it's really important that you took this holistic view. I must also congratulate the government of Karnataka and the government of India for organizing this conclave. I mean, I think it's so important to focus the attention of the entire country on issues that have been afflicting farmers now for several decades. You know, we've had so much farmer distress. People like Mr. Nanjunda Swami have brought that out to the national imagination. But we still tend to forget what is happening to our farmers. And the crisis of Indian farming has been ongoing now for several decades. We forget that the Green Revolution, of course, was a necessity at that time, but it's more than 50 years. The father of the Green Revolution, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, who was a mentor to so many of us, himself would constantly speak about the need for an evergreen revolution rather than the kind of original conception of the Green Revolution. What I thought I would do, Ashok, is to focus on, the kind of red herrings. People throw a lot of questions when we talk of moving away from chemical farming. People say, oh, you will become like Sri Lanka. The whole economy will collapse. The point is, India is a very responsible country. We are led by the Honorable Prime Minister, who has repeatedly emphasized the need to move towards natural farming. And what I note recently, the Honorable Home Minister also is now speaking very strongly in favor of moving towards organic farming. So all of these approaches, and I say let 100 flowers bloom, as you rightly said. Let's not get stuck on the fight between natural farming and organic farming. Unfortunately, in our community of civil society, there is more time spent on arguing about these definitions. What we need is progressive movement away from chemical farming at the appropriate pace. You know, Ashok, that's why it's so important you emphasize. We cannot lose sight of the fact that production must move forward. But it must happen in a sustainable manner, in a manner that is at the appropriate pace. So just to clarify one issue, we are not fundamentalists. We are not saying tomorrow natural farming will come, organic farming will come. What we are saying, what is important for policy to recognize is that today farmers don't have a choice. They are only given the choice of chemical farming. The entire structure of our subsidies, our agriculture extension program, what you were emphasizing to me when we were sitting just before this session started, R&D. Our R&D is entirely still focused in the green revolution paradigm. Our science and technology has to move with the times. There is so much work internationally. I'm sure Mark will tell us about it, on how FAO, for example, more than a decade ago said the future of the world lies in agroecology. So we must make it possible for our farmer. She will decide, the farmer will decide what she wants to do. We cannot force, we cannot order our farmers to do whatever they need to do. But do they have a choice? Do our policies offer to our farmers the possibility of moving towards natural farming, organic farming, or whichever Vedic farming, as you said? There is a tradition, but now we have all forgotten about all that. So as the Honorable Minister was saying in the morning, this is something which has been part of Indian tradition, but it has to be a step moving forward. We are not going back. What we are doing is incorporating traditional wisdom and modern science to give the option to our farmers to be able to exercise the choice, which we have not given them. And there, I just conclude by pointing to a very recent development which the Government of India is contemplating, which we are hearing about merging the major agriculture schemes. You know, the Rashtriya Kisi Vikas Yojana, there is a mission on beekeeping. Beekeeping is very, very important actually in the context we are talking about, because there will be no bees left if we continue to plunder the planet the way we are doing. So the idea is to create one scheme, but what is really exciting and which we should push as a recommendation of this conclave, I would say, let us make the scheme conditional upon a movement away from chemical agriculture. At the appropriate pace, each state, each district, even each block should actually make its own strategies, because each circumstance, each soil health is different. India is a land of great diversity. But let it be a commitment that we are moving forward, and the Government of India's support to the states should depend on the fulfillment of those reforms. So we have a reform agenda. Reform agenda today has to be redefined as a movement away from chemical farming. And let us incentivize those states and those farmers, because a lot of support is required, Ashok. You cannot just expect farmers to just move. Where are the inputs? You know, we have been pioneering the bio-input resource centers as a national coalition for natural farming. So, but how many are there in the country? We can almost count them. The point is, we have more than 2.5 lakh crore chemical fertilizer subsidy in this country. I often say, give us 5% of that, and we will transform lives and livelihoods in this country. So let there be support provided for bio-inputs to become available. And let us also incentivize natural farming is not only about moving away from chemical. It's also about crop diversification. You see, the monoculture which came from the green revolution, we have to move away. But for that, right now we have incentivized the growing of rice and wheat. I must applaud the government of Karnataka for being the pioneer in diversification, in promoting ragi and procuring ragi. Which of course is still very small, much smaller than what I would hope Karnataka would do. But at least Orissa, Karnataka have pioneered this step towards public procurement of millets, pulses and oilseeds. You know, we should not go to palm oil in this country. We have a huge diversity of oilseeds, so many local oils, which we can promote, and that crop diversity is a definite movement towards agroecological natural farming, and we need to make a push for that.
original perceptions. Fully agree with you, and I'm sure all of you will agree, that we are not fundamentalists. India has never been a fundamentalist country in any domain, whether it is religion or it is a secular thought, and we must continue that plurality. So even in science and technology, what you rightly said, let 1,000 flowers bloom. Okay, that's very important. And the other takeaway, that because the rapporteur, somebody noting down, may kindly note down, that we should not be, even I believe we should not be pushing for palm oil, because in Malaysia, Indonesia, very rich forests have been felled to go in for palm oil. I think India can't afford that. So that we should keep in mind. So I will move ahead now. What I would now come to Mark, who will now bringing other perspectives from outside India perspective. So Mark, it's your time now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I am actually very proud and privileged to be here. I've come a long way, I think, in my journey in agriculture. I started as a milker herdsman on Vancouver Island in Canada, way back when. I won't tell you the decade. And so I'm very pleased to be here finally in India, where my wife is from, actually. Yeah, from Goa. And to find intricacies of India. And people ask me, they say, well, what do you think of India, Mark? And I said, well, after 6 months, it's complex, intense, fascinating, and endless. And I think it's a testament to the depth of spirituality, the depth of entrepreneurship, the depth of creativity, the depth in every aspect of Indian life. So much talent, so much interesting things to learn. So I don't profess to be an expert on what's going on the ground, but I really like the metaphor at the beginning. In one of the presentations, they said, you know, natural farming is sort of like a picture that's coalescing. And if you look closely at a map, if you put a little dot on the map everywhere where there's a natural farming activity going on, every year you'll see it coalescing more and more into this amazing picture. And I really love some of the comments that you made at the beginning as well. This can't have a linear response. There's never been a linear response that has ever worked. And you can see that in the technocratic approach to many, many things in different countries, not just in India. And this ecosystem approach is absolutely and fundamentally vital. I'll just start a little bit by saying that I'm with the International Fund for Agricultural Development, and we finance smallholder-focused programs in India, primarily at the state level. We're a sovereign lender, and our programs range from $70 to $300 million. And we have a current portfolio of 6 programs, about $1.4 billion in all. And each one of them has this kind of ecosystem approach. So I really appreciate, and we climate smart, based farming, enterprise development, supporting women and youth, these kinds of things. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but what I would like to say is that the Honorable Prime Minister has rightly said India is on the path to becoming a global hub of natural farming. And that is absolutely clear. We see that throughout our programs. And it's not only an environmental ambition, it's an economic, social, and national development imperative. I was at a conversation yesterday with a bunch of agro entrepreneurs, and this fellow talked about Viksit, and he said, it's not just about Viksit, it's about what we want to see at the end of 2047. What kind of India do you want? And I was very impressed by one of the speakers this morning who said, do we want to be spooning chemicals into our mouths? Do we want to be spooning chemicals into the mouths of our family, of our babies? Is this what we're aiming for in 2047? And one of the things that doesn't get said a lot, and I know it's not popular, but we talk a lot about the good things that are going on and the challenges of getting production up and helping people get market development and whatnot. But there are strong forces and inertia in the industries that support the very things that we need a lot less of. So how do we involve them? How do we get those industries and industry players co-opted into the natural way of doing agriculture? So having said that, I would also say that I'm losing my pieces of paper here, but I would also say demand is changing and the market is growing for natural and and organic production. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've had 4 startup businesses. 2 failed and 2 were successful. So I beat the averages, I beat the odds. But I'm just pointing this out to say that it's not easy. And we have to have this ecosystem approach so that the entrepreneurs and the food system enterprises that are trying to do something for agroecology, green agriculture, have support. Now, not in the sense that we need to do this over the long term. We need policies and approaches that will set them free. So, for example, one of the things I always say is that women are incredible and they're incredibly important and they've been treated unfairly. But that's not what I want to help them with. Sure, I want them to get equity, but what I want to see is unlocking their incredible power. If you look at the changes in the economies in developing countries through the 70s to 90s, 2000s, that was not powered by men. That was powered by women coming into the workforce, changing the workforce. And you know, when you hear women talk, they talk differently from men. They talk about inclusivity, they talk about helping, they talk about supporting, they talk about collective outcomes. And we need to get away from this linear, profit-driven approach to agriculture, because if we don't, we're in trouble. And one word troubles me: precision. Precision agriculture is very important, but it's made for big players. Precision agriculture is something that we have to make sure, and you talked about AI and you talked about technology, that has to fit for the smallholders. I'll just make 4 quick remarks about some policies that I think, or general level policies I think we should follow, and I think are being followed, so I don't have much to add. Make natural farming an economic choice for the farmers. The green side is super important, obviously, but it's the vessel that will contain their returns. And that's so important. I've been a farmer. I've worked with thousands of farmers, and they know every penny that goes into their business. And they cannot afford to make a single slip. The risk for them in us asking them to become natural farmers is much higher than us sitting on a stage and not getting our words right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Second, invest in women, but I would also add youth. I met a guy yesterday. He was a startup, incredible guy. He's doing a commodity exchange. He started his own commodity exchange for agricultural products, and he's hiring young men and women in rural communities to go out and sell contracts in his commodity exchange. And that's the kind of business that young people want to do. They don't want to sit in the fields and get, their necks wet with sweat. They want fun, interesting, tech-aligned jobs. There's lots of them out there, and we know where they are. And women, again, I've made my point. Women nurture things. They bring things along. They aren't linear. They have networks. They bring together collective power that a lot of us can't even imagine. And so it's time to make sure that we focus on them, not just to make things fair, but to unlock the power that we have been ignoring and suppressing. Okay, third, build green entrepreneurship across value chains. IFAD with BMZ, which is a German government organization, sponsors what's called the GAP Fund, and we're sponsoring 100 agroecological companies in different parts of different value chains, trying to prove the business case for agroecological activities. And that's part of those little dots on the map that we'll see. And then finally, use market and trades as multipliers, not as afterthoughts. The potential here for natural and organic produce in India is incredible, and the premium prices that can be paid. In fact, we don't have the data. We have the data on organic. You're number 2 in the world for organic production. Natural, I would bet the mortgage on my house in Canada that India is number 1, just from the sheer scale of things. So we need to link policies like this together to create this ecosystem that you're talking about, not just of support, but ultimately the end game is market development and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, James. So you're also half Indian.
My kid, anyhow.
No, you add to the cultural beauty of India. You know, we believe in diversity. Thank you very much. And you have stressed on women power. That's very important. And it's all about Lakpati Didis. Okay, we want women to lead the economic transformation in our rural areas. Thank you very much. And you have brought one very valuable point here, that when we're promoting alternate agriculture, we should be looking at markets and trade, because that's where the supply is still less, the demand is increasing, obviously we'll have good prices, unlike our agrochemical-based agriculture. So these are the two important points that I think we should note down. I just want to make an appeal to our friends here. आप जैसे जानते हैं तो पूरा यहाँ diverse पार्टिसिपेंट्स यहाँ है, हमारा देश भी इतना डाइवर्स है, तो इसलिए जो लोग हिंदी में बात करना चाहेंगे थोड़ा हिंदी में बोल दीजिए, ताकि हमारे जो किसान आए हैं और अलग अलग राज्यों से जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं यहाँ, वो ठीक उनको भी अच्छा लगेगा. और अगर कन्नड़ा में कुछ कहना चाहते हैं वो भी बोल दें, क्योंकि बहुत कर्नाटक से भी बहुत लोग यहाँ हैं. ठीक है, तो मिक्स करके बोल दीजिए, नो प्रॉब्लम. मैंडरिन language will follow. Right? So now I would request Madam Chuki to share your thoughts.
This is your paper. Yeah. Thank you very much, respected chair and all my co-panelists. Thanks for inviting a farmers movement here. I'm not from any government institution. I'm not an NGO. I represent here, as already Dr. Dalwai said, one of the oldest farmers' movements of Karnataka, which is also part of a global farmers' movement called the La Via Campesina. And I also would like to talk a little bit about what we have been doing as part of the movement for natural farming or movement for agroecology. It was us when Cargill, the American seed company, which tried to enter India way back in the 1990s, in the beginning days of the globalization. It was the same farmers' movement that I represent. We ransacked their office. When Monsanto tried to enter through their BT cotton field trials, it was the same organization. We uprooted their BT cotton fields and burned them. It was a resistance that we tried to build for the way the globalization was entering the Indian agriculture. And we knew in 1990s, it was my father and the other farmers' leaders of this country knew very well that what it was going to happen. We were scared that we would lose our sovereignty over our seeds, that we have done already. We have successfully lost it. We knew that Green Revolution technology was not a final answer to the growing hunger, to the growing population. It was at that time we started something called sustainable agriculture. That's how it was called in the 1990s. We started talking to the farmers, to go towards sustainable agriculture. It was in 2005 when the governments were not even looking at natural farming. It's the same organization brought Dr. Subhash Palekar from Maharashtra and introduced Subhash Palekar ji to Karnataka. And we organized large-scale training programs. The farmers attended his training programs for 7 days. It used to be a massive training programs. Just recently we held, not more than 10 days ago, we had 3 training programs by Dr. Subhash Palekar ji, where more than 1,600 farmers registered, and we had to stop the registration. So I would like to congratulate the government of India now that there is a mission on natural farming. Government of India has come up with a mission on natural farming. It's not just any other scheme or any other program. But before we introduce natural farming to most vulnerable community of this country, which is the farming community, are we prepared? Are we prepared? Do we actually believe in natural farming? Because whenever we talk to the government officers, bureaucrats, agriculture university professors who have learned all their life and have been advising green revolution technologies, they always express their suspicion or doubts. So this is a fundamental question that I would like to ask myself and ask all of those who are sitting in this hall. Do we actually believe in it? And what is natural farming for us? Is it just an option? Okay, you don't like chemical farming, you can go for organic farming. If not organic farming, go for natural farming. If not natural farming, go for a yogic farming or a Vedic farming. When we talk in this language, we have to remember that we are talking to that community who is committing suicide in this country. The National Crime Record Bureau says every 2 hours, 3 farmers are committing suicide. And this is a fact. This is happening. No young people are inside the rural areas. Young people have left the rural areas. All those Uber drivers, Ola drivers, the Swiggy delivery boys are all from the agrarian background. And when you talk to them, they all have a piece of land, but they have lost hope on agriculture. We have fed the people, we have fed the population, but we have basically eradicated the hope on agriculture. The first challenge is to rebuild that hope. And how do we do that? How do we rebuild that hope? And now we are talking about the Shg-Led natural farming, which is because agrarian scenario is very dark. It's not, we are sitting in this nice hotel and we are talking about it. It's not as beautiful as this. The agrarian scenario is very dark. Let me just share it with you all because we work in the ground. We are talking about women. The male farmers are becoming indebted again, every day, and they have lost their access to credit system. So the microfinance, the so-called very romantic microfinance idea has entered our villages and is actually farmers to commit suicide. The media doesn't really pay attention on it. It is not their problem. The male have no access to credit system. The female are going towards suicide. So how are we going to bring them and instill the faith in natural farming? And which is, and I think India has a great opportunity to do that because it is embedded in our culture. It is nothing that we have to learn from the West. We have it in our culture. Just two generations ago, our forefathers used to do natural farming. This is nothing new to India. And because of so many different organizational efforts, we still have some local varieties which are still kept. We still have access to those local varieties. The Adivasis are still preserving the local varieties. So the question is, we are talking about interministerial convergence. I heard in the inaugural session. Together with interministerial convergence, I think we have to talk about intersectorial convergence. We think about the rural areas when we talk about natural farming because the farming is happening in the rural areas. But The people who are in the rural areas have left, the young people. The young people are looking for opportunities. Young people are, as Mr. James said, they are the one who are looking for, building different kinds of livelihoods. So how do we talk to them? Where are they? So we have to start schools of natural farming in the cities. We have to come up with programs so that we can cater our Uber, Ola, Swiggy, delivery boys, the drivers, all the working class who have left their land to come back to natural farming, because green revolution technology has kicked them out, and we have seen in our experience that natural farming actually can welcome them back. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, madam. You have brought our attention to the distress that the farming community has been going through. There's no doubt, I think all of us must remember, today India is a superpower in agriculture with 1.3 billion tons of production across these subsectors. But the farmers have not benefited. In fact, relatively speaking, in income terms, the farmers have lost vis-a-vis the industrial labor and, of course, all other sections of the society. So I think the point to take home, according to me, from your talk is that जब हम natural farming या alternate technology को promote करेंगे, किसानों को guinea pig जैसे utilize नहीं करना चाहिए. हम लोग जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, हम तो अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम तो नॉन फार्मिंग कम्युनिटी से हैं. ये जो इकोसिस्टम मीर जी ने कहा, दैट्स वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट. तो बिफोर वी एडवोकेट टू द फार्मर्स, तो आप ये प्रैक्टिस करिए. हमको खुद विश्वास होना चाहिए कि ये हम जो कह रहे हैं ठीक कह रहे हैं. सस्टेनेबिलिटी होगा, साथ में उनका इनकम ही बढ़ेगा, जॉब भी क्रिएट होगा. दैट्स अ पॉइंट यू हैव सेड वेरी वैलिडली. We should not make the farmers the guinea pigs. And the farmers include the landless agriculture labor, because they are 46% of our population. So the scientists sitting here, the university, our Honorable Vice Chancellor also is here from my university, that we have to focus and give us a framework that is wholesome. इस पॉइंट को इसलिए जब डिस्कशन होगा, जो किसान यहाँ बैठे हैं, आप कहिए कि ये नेचुरल फार्मिंग ठीक है क्या नहीं. राइट, लेट्स बी ऑनेस्ट, क्योंकि ये नहीं चाहेंगे कि दैट वी विल ऑल सिंग पेन्स ऑफ प्रेज एंड गो अवे. द कॉन्क्लेव, इट इज अ कॉन्क्लेव, इट इज नॉट जस्ट ए सेमिनार, इट इज अ कॉन्क्लेव वेयर वी वांट डिफरेंट व्यू पॉइंट्स टू कम, and we have very good officers here who are willing to listen to all of us. Thank you very much. So now what I will do is I will therefore now move on to Madam Rangalakshmi, who is from the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, because they are more focused on action research, not on pure research. They are working in Koraput, like the backward districts of our country. So Madam, we would like to listen to you, particularly on these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, co-panel members and dignitaries. Basically, when we are talking about this food system change, the transformation, how do we harness this transformation to empower women and move forward the gender equity to equality? So from that perspective, we see this as a kind of an opportunity, and how women farmers from unskilled to skilled, that is the very important point we need to consider here. The major driver in the society, which we have been witnessing for the last maybe 2 decades, increasing feminization part. Men are moving to non-farm agriculture, and women are entering agriculture as managers. So from that perspective, how skilling can support them to be a kind of an decision maker, and also move away from the initial constraint of the land ownership in accessing the productive resources and services. So in the morning also the point of the land ownership, that is 14% in India, that is highlighted for the women's land ownership. And there has been several initiatives at different levels happening. How do we move forward to make equity in that perspective? But bringing women as a skilled workforce in the agriculture sector definitely help them to move forward in accessing productive resources and services irrespective of their land rights. So this point again, it should be highlighted and should be strengthened. How do we bring our public agriculture extension system so gender friendly and supportive to the ongoing food system transformation? Are we prepared for that? And how our supportive policies are enabling this process? We need to see right now with the women farmers, the Krishi Shakis are the bridges to take the technology or facilitate the social relation part. So how do we empower them to bring that last mile connectivity in reaching the women farmers? And second aspect is the studies over the last 1 decade of the natural farming or organic farming experience clearly bringing out that increasing labor intensity. So when we are bringing women into the workforce, women into the agriculture sector, so how are we going to address this labor issues? So more than 21% labor intensity has been reported in some of the studies. So are we focusing on women-friendly farm machinery and mechanization part? How our research and developmental initiatives are focusing on it? If at all, if it is there, what is the scale neutrality? How it is ergonomically designed? So those are all points we need to consider when we are promoting women into a kind of a food system transformation part. Another important part, Sir was also mentioning about the biological inputs, how it is supporting for them in the transition part. Again, the seed is also placing a major role as a kind of an input which are necessary for them to transition. Quality seeds and required varieties. So right now in the Indian context, if we say more than 1,000 community seed banks have been functioning. They are catering the needs of small and marginal farmers in the difficult geography. So how are we going to facilitate or strengthen such community seed banks? Most of the community seed banks have been promoted as part of the project by civil society organizations. Once the project gets over, what is its sustainability? So how are we going to facilitate that as a kind of a sustainable point of center to disseminate or to deliver quality seeds to them? So these three important points I would like to highlight when we are talking about this natural farming transition here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're good. It's good that you brought focus to the food system. Many times we just keep talking about food security or nutrition security without referring to it as a food system. Because we're not talking about the system, once again we've missed many components of effectively delivering the food at reasonable prices to the consumers. And that's how the agri-logistics, processing, all these components which are integral to the food system have been missed in our country. To a large extent, of course, we're making up for it these days. And I think what you said, the takeaway is about reorienting our extension system with women as the core farmers. In fact, the latest data shows that the periodic labor force participation is now actually moving in favor of the women. And large number of, as Madam Chuki was saying, the men are moving out for non-agriculture jobs, and the women who are left behind, and they become the managers. So both of your points actually gel, and our people once again should look at policymakers sitting here from departments. How do you restructure our agriculture extension? And agriculture extension is not just communication, not conveyance of information, knowledge and skills, but also back-end support in terms of research and development, re-engineering our tractors, our machineries, everything it includes, a basket once again. So these are the very important points that you brought. Thank you very much. So we shall move ahead now, and I will come to the fifth panelist here. We have Dr. A.V. Bhavani Shankar from the NABARD. And as all of us know, NABARD is just not another refinancing agency. Actually, there's a lot of research and development. Some of its documents are extremely worthwhile for everybody to read. I think one of the latest report on food loss and waste is something that all of us must look at. And that is very relevant for even the natural farming and organic farming, etc. So, Dr. Bhavani Shankar, I would request you to share your thoughts.
Good afternoon, respected chair, co-panelists, and all the dignitaries who are here. Yes, I represent NABARD, a developmental financial institution. I lead a department called Farm Sector Development Department, where I do NRM programs, natural resource management programs. We work with farmers collectives, the farmer producer organizations, and I also work with farm sector innovations. And I am glad one of my colleagues is also here who would be talking to you subsequently on climate finance. I pick up the first presentation made by the Ministry of Agriculture Deputy Secretary, who had said that, who had highlighted the crisis or the challenge or the concern that Indian agriculture faces. Yes, our soils are under stress. 30% of land is degraded. Soil carbon is 0.3, which ideally should have been 1% or 2%. And then there is increasing cost of cultivation. All calls for a sustainable actions, sustainable agriculture. And then I connect this with what Madam Shalini has said in her talk, that market is looking for clean food. The market is looking for new standards. And then when I say that market is looking for clean food, a pointer to this is the traceability of the food assumes important. All these are interlinked. And therefore, this sets the context for natural farming. This sets the context for natural farming, not just as the entire panelists have said, not just as an agriculture practice, but an ecological, economic pathway for the country. Now, I would quickly, given the time that is 3 to 4 minutes that I guess we have, I quickly like to tell how NABARD perceives this. Number one, what would the steps that can be taken or the pathways that we may adopt? Third, what NABARD does in this context. Now, we perceive natural farming as a systems approach. The first point. When I say systems approach, I take the example of Green Revolution. The Green Revolution was not successful because of one intervention. It was not just because we infused high-yielding varieties, but also we have infused robust research, robust extension, the price support mechanisms that have been created. All these have contributed to the success of the Green Revolution, which was the need for those days. We also perceive it as a landscape approach. When I'm saying landscape, I mean not just geographic landscaping, but also the integrations that have to happen. I understand the National Mission on Natural Farming, as we heard in the morning, brings these elements together. We also perceive that green entrepreneurship connects the production with the market, and therefore green entrepreneurship, in whatever form it is, in whatever form, there could be many models, many interventions that are there which could be supported. And how do we achieve this? How do we achieve this? We are envisioning what we are envisioning a future where the soils are live, the water systems are reduced, farmers are entrepreneurs, and villages are innovation hubs. If we envision this for natural farming, how do we proceed? How do we proceed on this? The pathways. And when I'm talking about the pathways, I repeat that systems approach has to be adopted. We try to attempt this in our program. Time permitting, I would share my experience of a program called Jiva, that is natural farming. We called it as Jiva, and how much struggle we had in anchoring, in grounding those programs. We are at a reasonably comfortable position. We have demonstrated some models. Now, on the financing, when we are talking about financing as a DFI, my friend would talk in a bit more detail, but I would like to touch upon the distinguishing features of natural farming vis-a-vis the financing. When you are talking about financing, what we are trying to finance, the design element would be, we are financing the transition risk. The cash flows from natural farming would be distinctly different from the conventional production systems. It is that we intend to finance. There are certainly instruments. There are blended finance instruments. There is outcome-based financing. All these instruments are available in vogue, but then they have to find a scale. And towards that direction, we at NABARD are trying to create some models, create a market for this, and then go ahead. And a critical pathway which we would suggest is the enabling digital ecosystem. Some initiatives are taken, and because even if you take the certification part, even if you adopt the very local participatory guarantee system of certification, still that also requires some validations. Okay, and validations and SOPs to achieve those validation. And for all of this, data becomes important. And then if we have to build data, and we have to have rigorous MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification system. So this digital systems, MRVs, and traceability mechanisms are essential for taking forward natural farming. Since we are very much tuned to technology now, it should not take great efforts to build those technology backbone for the pathways. Now, I stop here because time becomes a constraint. Yes. And if time permits, we'd like to share some more our experiences with you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Bhavani. Very happy to hear that NABARD looks at alternate technology as a systems approach. I agree with you that when Green Revolution was introduced, it was not looked at partially. It took care of everything. At that point of time, we didn't even have fertilizer companies in the country. We had to import fertilizers. So from the perspective of Green Revolution, it has been an ecosystem approach. But then the downfall was that it did not look beyond the boundaries of Green Revolution. So we do not want that mistake to happen now. So we now need to keep our minds broader. And so we would like greater thoughts on this. So now we'll come to Dr. Parashram, who wears many hats across the country, and he's a young agriculture economist too. So Parashram, I would like you to share your thoughts around the natural farming, and particularly your experience with cashew farming, and how you think that can also become a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hindi में बोल दीजिए थोड़ा.
Yes.
Yeah. I agree with this. Yeah, I think, हमारा हिंदी ये ठीक है क्या नहीं, थोड़ा वो तो समझे, जो बोल सकते हैं बोल दीजिए, ठीक है?
थैंक यू।
ये हिंदी में यही प्रॉब्लम है, when is E and when is A we don't know, थोड़ा बोलते रह जाए।
नहीं, मैं सारा ही हिंदी में बोलूँगा अब।
Yes.
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। चेयर ऑफ द सेशन, डॉक्टर अशोक सर, माय मेंटर, को-पैनलिस्ट एंड ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स, थैंक यू। मैं किसान का बेटा हूँ, मैं अभी खेत से आया हूँ, मैं सारा ही हिंदी बोलूँगा। Though I am an agriculture economics working with very international bodies with the state and center, but my heart is at the farm. तो मैं हिंदी में ही बोलूँगा, और जो मैं बोलूँगा ना मैं theoretical बोलूँगा ना मैं academic बोलूँगा। जो हम अभी कर रहे हैं, खेत में जो कर रहे हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में जो कर रहे हैं, नेशनल गवर्नमेंट में जो कर रहे हैं, और जो अलग अलग संस्थाएं हैं जहाँ पे मैं जुड़ा हूँ, जहाँ पे FAO हो, यूनाइटेड नेशंस हो, जहाँ पे हम प्रैक्टिकली ये चीज़ें कर रहे हैं, वहाँ के जो प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस हम आ रहे हैं और वो जो हम खेत में जाके उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो मनमोहन सिंह जी ने 1991 में जो रिफॉर्म आए थे तो एक बात कही थी, नो पावर ऑन द अर्थ कैन स्टॉप एन आइडिया हुज टाइम हैज़ कम। सो दिस इज टाइम फॉर नेचुरल फार्मिंग। नेचुरल फार्मिंग इज नॉट एन अल्टरनेटिव, अल्टरनेटिव नहीं है, ऑप्शन नहीं है। नेचुरल फार्मिंग का टाइम आया है। नेचुरल फार्मिंग का टाइम इसलिए आया है क्योंकि 50-60 सालों में हमने करके देखा है किसान का इनकम बढ़ाने के सारे अल्टरनेटिव फेल हो गए हैं। उसका रीज़न है कि कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन इतना हाई होते चला है ओवर द टाइम कि उसको हम रिड्यूस कर ही नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो जब तक कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन रिड्यूस नहीं होगा, फार्मर्स का इनकम बढ़ने का कोई चांस नहीं है। और दूसरा, 70-75 साल में जो हमारे सामने चैलेंजेस आए हैं वो बढ़ते ही चले गए, और उसका मेजर चैलेंज अभी आ गया है कि फार्मर्स का हेल्थ ख़राब हो रहा है, हमारे इन्वायरमेंट का हेल्थ ख़राब हो रहा है, वाटर टेबल नीचे जा रहा है। तो अगर इससे बचना है, कंट्री को अगर बचना है, 2047 तक अगर भारत को इकोनॉमिक पावर बनना है तो फार्मर्स हमें कोर स्टेज पे लाना है। फार्मर्स को हमने इकोनॉमिक के स्टेज, सेंटर स्टेज पे लाना है, तभी ये पॉसिबल है। इसलिए जो अलग अलग स्ट्रैटेजी पैमाने बनते जा रहे हैं उसमें नेचुरल फार्मिंग बहुत कोर है। अब मैं आता हूँ हम कर क्या रहे स्टेट में। महाराष्ट्र स्टेट में आई एम वेरी क्लोज टू द नीति आयोग, ऑल्सो आई एम द एडवाइजर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र विकसित महाराष्ट्र। उसमें हम वी आर कमिंग विद द न्यू पॉलिसी। हम महाराष्ट्र में नई पॉलिसी ला रहे हैं, नेचुरल फार्मिंग पॉलिसी। उसमें हम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि नेचुरल फार्मिंग एक्चुअली फार्म तक पहुँचे कैसे। इसमें हम क्या कर रहे हैं कि हम महाराष्ट्र का जो टोटल कल्टीवेशन लैंड है उसमें से 2% लैंड हम कन्वर्ट करने जा रहे हैं नेचुरल फार्मिंग में। वो लगभग 12 लाख हेक्टर के तरफ आ जाता है, और हम टारगेट कर रहे हैं 5 लाख फार्मर। और हम ये टारगेट कर रहे हैं कि नेचुरल फार्मिंग सिर्फ प्रोडक्शन बेस से ही ना कल्टीवेट रहे, उसमें ना रिस्ट्रिक्ट रहे, उसके आगे जा रहे हैं हम नेचुरल फार्मिंग को वैल्यू चेन मॉडल पे तरफ लेके जा रहे हैं, ना सिर्फ प्रोडक्शन लेवल की तरफ। हम देख रहे हैं उसमें ट्रेसिबिलिटी कैसे आए, हम देख रहे हैं उसमें वैल्यू चेन कैसे डेवलप हो, हम देख रहे हैं कि थर्ड पार्टी सर्टिफिकेशन इसमें किस तरह से इन्वॉल्व हो, और हम देख रहे हैं कि जो भी हम प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं वो मार्केट तक कैसे पहुँचे, नॉट ओनली डोमेस्टिक मार्केट। हम ये भी देख रहे हैं कि नेशनल लेवल पे हम एग्रीकल्चर में नेचुरल फार्मिंग प्रोडक्ट एक्सपोर्ट किस तरह से प्रमोट करें। जैसे कि मैं अपेडा का बोर्ड ऑफ मेंबर हूँ, तो एज ऑफ नाउ जो भी नेचुरल फार्मिंग का एक्सपोर्ट होता है वो होता है ऑर्गेनिक के अंडर। नेचुरल फार्मिंग का कोई स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है, नेचुरल फार्मिंग का कोई बेंचमार्किंग नहीं है। तो हम ये देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह भारत के एग्रीकल्चर पॉलिसी में अलग से नेचुरल फार्मिंग एक्सपोर्ट बने, अलग से किस तरह से स्टैंडर्ड बने। जैसे हम ऑर्गेनिक के लिए 10-15 साल से एफर्ट कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग स्कीम्स, अलग अलग फंड का अलग अलग सेपरेशन कर रहे हैं, उस तरह से हम क्या नेचुरल फार्मिंग के लिए भी कर रहे हैं। तो इस तरह का भी हम थॉट प्रोसेस पॉलिसी लेवल पे हम अपेडा के लेवल पे कर रहे हैं, ताकि नेचुरल फार्मिंग सिर्फ जस्ट नॉट अ फैड, नेचुरल फार्मिंग सिर्फ ऐसा डेकोरेशन ना रहे, वो फील्ड में आए, फार्मर उसके साथ जुड़े, प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टर्स के साथ जुड़े और ये मूवमेंट बने। जैसे कि गोवा में हम गोवा को कन्वर्ट करने जा रहे हैं ऑर्गेनिक एक्सपोर्ट की तरफ से, जिस तरह का काम चल रहा है गुजरात में, भारत का नहीं विश्व का फर्स्ट नेचुरल फार्मिंग यूनिवर्सिटी गुजरात में डेवलप हुआ है। तो उस तरह का मैकेनिज्म, इंस्टीट्यूशनलिज्म अगर जब तक हम नेचुरल फार्मिंग में लाएंगे नहीं, तब तक नेचुरल फार्मिंग का काम आगे जाना मुश्किल है। और नेचुरल फार्मिंग जैसे आज का टॉपिक है ह्यूमन लेड SCG, नेचुरल फार्मिंग पॉसिबल है ही नहीं अगर ह्यूमन उसमें इन्वॉल्व नहीं है। मैं एक प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि मैं कैशू बोर्ड का भी डायरेक्टर हूँ महाराष्ट्र में। महाराष्ट्र में लगभग 2 लाख कैशू फार्मर्स है। पिछले 200 साल से कैशू का फार्मिंग जो है नेचुरली हो रहा है, लेकिन पिछले 15 साल में कैशू स्लोली कैशू का फार्मिंग कन्वर्ट हो रहा है केमिकल में। केमिकल जो बड़े बड़े मल्टीनेशनल ब्रांड है केमिकल के, वो अननेसेसरी फार्मर को जाके बोल रहे हैं आपको केमिकल डालना है, आपका प्रोडक्शन बढ़ जाएगा, आपको फर्टिलाइजर डालना है, आपका प्रोडक्शन बढ़ जाएगा। लेकिन पिछले 200 साल में कभी भी नहीं हो रहा था, ना उसकी ज़रूरत है। तो अभी थोड़ा थोड़ा फार्मर भी सोच रहा है कि नहीं हमें तो करना है केमिकल, नहीं तो हमारा प्रोडक्शन कम हो जाएगा, लेकिन इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो हम थ्रू कैशू बोर्ड इन महाराष्ट्र 2 लाख कैशू फार्मर को सेंसिटाइज कर रहे हैं कि भाई जैसे था 200 साल वैसे ही रहने दो, इसमें कुछ करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। इसलिए जो मेरा पॉइंट है कि अगर नेचुरल फार्मिंग को लेके जाना है तो सेंटर में सिर्फ आप नहीं बनेगा, हमें स्टेट में लेके जाके उसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करना पड़ेगा ग्राउंड तक, जो हम कर रहे हैं। और हम ये भी कर रहे हैं कि नेचुरल फार्मिंग का एक यूनिवर्सल मॉडल नहीं चलेगा, क्रॉप स्पेसिफिक मॉडल चाहिए, रीजन स्पेसिफिक मॉडल चाहिए, तभी नेचुरल फार्मिंग का काम आगे। जैसे कि हमने कोल्हापुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट मॉडल फॉर स्मॉल फार्मर्स बनाए, स्मॉल फार्म बनाए, वो नेचुरल फार्मिंग के बेस पे ही बनाए। तो इस तरह के मॉडल की अलग अलग ज़रूरत है, बैक्ड बाय सेंटर, बैक्ड बाय स्टेट। और उसमें जितने ज़्यादा जल्दी हम प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टर, प्राइवेट प्लेयर इसमें लाएंगे, उतने जल्दी ज़्यादा ये नेचुरल फार्मिंग आगे बढ़ेगा। तो भारत का भविष्य इसी में ही है, एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी का भविष्य इसी में ही है कि हम नेचुरल फार्मिंग के मेन स्ट्रीम में लाए, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन कम करें, हेल्थ, सॉइल का हेल्थ अच्छा करें, नॉट ओनली सॉइल हेल्थ, फार्मर्स का हेल्थ भी अच्छा करें, ताकि अगर आप देखेंगे कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन में कहीं पे भी फार्मर्स का हेल्थ एज अ प्रोडक्शन फैक्टर नहीं कंसिडर होता। अभी टाइम ये आया है कि कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन में और प्रोडक्शन फंक्शन में हम फार्मर्स का हेल्थ भी देखें, तभी हम एक्चुअली कॉस्ट जो है उसका वो डिटरमाइन कर पाएंगे। और इसके लिए नेचुरल फार्मिंग इज़ द फ्यूचर ऑफ दिस कंट्री। तो मैं बहुत आशावादी हूँ कि जिस तरह से सारा सेंटर स्टेट जुड़ गया है कि अच्छा एक रिजल्ट आएगा, हम फार्मर्स के हेल्थ को इम्प्रूव कर पाएंगे, उसका इनकम इम्प्रूव कर पाएंगे, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन कम कर पाएंगे और ट्रू जो वेलनेस है वो आ जाएगा। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू परशुराम। परशुराम और डॉक्टर भवानी शंकर दोनों ने एक बात पर बहुत एम्फेसिस जोर से कहा है कि ट्रैक एंड ट्रेस बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। आजकल ये एक फ्लेवर ऑफ द सीज़न बन गया। हम जाते हैं मार्केट को, हर स्टोर में यही कहते हैं ये ऑर्गेनिक है, पता नहीं कि वो प्रैक्टिकली वो ऑर्गेनिक है क्या नहीं, या नेचुरली कल्टिवेटेड है क्या नहीं। तो हमारे देश में ये ट्रैक एंड ट्रेस सिस्टम को और मजबूत करने का आवश्यकता है। और ट्रैक एंड ट्रेस होगा जब हम डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी को अपनाएंगे। एक बार हमारा ट्रस्ट टूट जाएगा, फिर हमको दोबारा मौका नहीं मिलेगा, क्योंकि हम तो डिमांड क्रिएट करना चाहेंगे, खाली हमारे देश में नहीं, बाहर दुनिया में भी हम करना चाहेंगे। तो हम जो इसके बारे में चर्चा कर रहे हैं, हम सबको यही याद रखना चाहिए कि ट्रैक एंड ट्रेस बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। ये ट्रस्ट को कायम रखना चाहिए। नेचुरल फार्मिंग, इसका मतलब है जो ह्यूमैनिटी का नेचुरल ट्रेट है, सत्य निष्ठा को बजाय रखना, वो भी प्रैक्टिस करना चाहिए। यही इकोसिस्टम है। तो ठीक है, अब तो एक राउंड हो गया, मैंने देखा खाली आधा घंटा बचा है, तो आपको मौका दिया जाएगा अभी। तो आप जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, आप जो कहना चाहेंगे, पूछना चाहेंगे, कर सकते हैं, मगर यही मेरा हल्का बोलिए, शॉर्ट क्रिस्प, ओके। उसके बाद हमारे पैनलिस्ट जो रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे। तो जल्दी से एक आप हमारे फ्रेंड्स ये आप यस यू गो हेड यस यस भाई ಕನ್ನಡ ಏನಾ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅದು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಅನಿಸಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ
First of all, I'm thanking you, the Government of India, to take the initiative on natural farming. Here, as a farmer, I want to represent as a farmer. I myself is a natural farmer since from last 15 years. Here, there is a confusion which I'm seeing on the stage on organic and natural farming. There is a clear picture on natural farming and organic farming. When you say about natural farming, everything is mine as a farmer. When you say about organic, already organic inputs is already available in the market. Why we are going towards natural farming? To build our sustainability. When you say about organic, when you already have an input in the market, again the same imposition of inputs will be forced on the farmer to buy it from the market and use it. So where in this whole policy, we should create a whole ecosystem for the farmer to produce his own input instead of getting it from outside or from the resource centers. Instead of bio-resource centers, it should be his own center to produce its own inputs by itself. That's what we call as food sovereignty. His own land we have, input is his own, seeds his own, and he should have his own market, and he should define his own price. Then only a farmer can sustain. The last point I want to mention is, when we are speaking about natural farming, the poster which was posted on behind you before this session, the cow was not an desi. We are speaking about natural farming, it should be desi. Again, because of AI, we are going with, again, the jersey thing. So we should correct it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll respond to that. Next, please. Next, Harry.
I'm asking Chukki Akka and Rangswamy Akka, and also the moderator, Ashok Dalwai. You are stressing that it should be women-led. Earlier it was men-led. But I am saying, why are you pushing the ladies to do the hard part of the work? Why should it not be family-led, like earlier it was? It should be family-led. It should be a family farming. It is not that men go as slaves and work in the corporate world or the cities or even the children. That should not be the intention.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Good point you have brought up. Good point. Yeah. Next, please. Thank you very much. Once again, balance. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, please. जो हमारे जो महिलाएं बेटे हैं अलग अलग स्टेट से आए हैं पूछिए ना या प्लीज कम या प्लीज कम आप बोलेंगे
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this thing, sir. I have not come here to intervene, but I'll request the SRLMs, Assam, Jharkhand, and other states, even Telangana, etc. I did see Divya. I'll be very happy if the SRLMs, please raise your hands. And please just, sir, maybe I'll be taking a minute out, but I'd like you to just stand up and just name the states that you're representing here from the SRLM side, leading the women-led movement of, working on that. So please raise your hands and you could just tell the name of the state.
Yeah, mic de dijiye wahan.
That's from Assam, sir. That's Dhruva from Assam. So Assam team is there. Rajita from Telangana. What all other states are there, please just represent yourselves so that they are aware of which all states are representing here as part of the state rural livelihood missions.
Ma'am, we are from Meghalaya.
Meghalaya, thank you.
Ma'am, we are from Kerala.
Kerala? Yeah, Shameen, am I there?
Ma'am, from Ladakh, ma'am.
From Ladakh too. Yes, so happy to have you here, dear.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, from Chhattisgarh.
Chhattisgarh, who did say?
Yeah,
Okay, yes. Thank you, Pragya.
Tamil Nadu.
Who is Tamil Nadu? Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, ma'am.
But madam, we are we 5 person are from Madhya Pradesh.
Madhya Pradesh. Thank you so much for coming here.
Ma'am, we are from West Bengal.
Very nice. West Bengal team, welcome.
Namaskar from Odisha.
Namaskar, ma'am. We are from Uttar Pradesh.
Uttar Pradesh. Thank you. Welcome.
Namaskar from Odisha.
Orissa team, welcome.
Namaskar, ma'am, from Uttarakhand.
Very nice to have you, Uttarakhand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We are from Himachal Pradesh.
Himachal Pradesh team, welcome. Is there no other state represented except for these?
Namaskar, ma'am. Tripura.
Tripura SRLM, welcome.
Namaskar. We are from Haryana with our CEO, sir.
So good to have you. We welcome Suraj sir also. Suraj sir, please raise your hand. Suraj sir is our MD of the Haryana SRLM.
Ma'am, from Gujarat.
Yeah, I know.
Puducherry SRLM.
Gujarat SRLM. Good to have you here.
Puducherry.
Where is Puducherry? Okay,
We are
Puducherry
from
is also there.
Andhra
Welcome.
Pradesh, ma'am.
Andhra Pradesh,
Yes,
welcome.
Ma'am, representing Jharkhand.
Where are you? You have to stand up. Jharkhand.
Good
Okay,
afternoon,
Jharkhand team, welcome to participate in the National Farming National Conclave.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yes.
We are from Andhra Pradesh.
Andhra Pradesh, yeah.
Thank
Rajita,
you.
I think from Telangana and the others. Yeah, you're from Andhra Pradesh, okay. Ma'am, your mic is not working. Rajasthan team is also represented, very nice. Any other state left out, please raise your hand.
Hello, ma'am. We are from Goa SRLM.
Goa SRLM, good to have you, dear. No other state? Yes. Arunachal Pradesh, thank you so much for participating from one corner of the country to come to this side.
And we are from Punjab.
Punjab and SRLM, thank you so much, Ajivika. Mike. Maharashtra SRLM, thank you so much for coming here. Any other state left out? So, sir, this was a representation. I wanted Ashok sir to have a look that when we talk of women-led movements, to the gentleman who just asked, we couldn't see because we were sitting on the front row. But please know that it is not about men or women. It's about the SHG household that we talk about. We say women-led, but it doesn't mean it is only about the SHG women or the self-help group women who is becoming a Lakhpati Didi. It is just to basically emphasize the participation of the women in the decision-making in terms of the activities that the household takes up.
Yeah. Good.
So kindly see it from that perspective, and let us not digress from the core word of strengthening the family household and involving the women also as very important parts of not only the societal improvement, but also for the nation's progress. So that was just a little perspective, sir. So my request to you would be, now that the speakers have spoken and they have really talked very beautifully about various experiences, whether in Maharashtra or in Goa or in other states, and hearing Chuki ma'am, and even having an international perspective from Mr. James, my request to the SRLMs would be, please tell them very crisply about what are the challenges that you feel. What are the challenges that you face, and you would like the panelists, this expert panelist being led by Ashok sir here, to answer how you can actually work much more strongly and in terms of making the systems already existing here much, much more robust than they are right now.
Thank you very much. I think you have really put it rightly. Yeah. Yes, now we will give an opportunity to SRLMs, particularly जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट से आए हैं, लद्दाख से आए हैं, आपको पहला मौका दिया जाएगा. You please. No. इतने दूर से आए हैं.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving this opportunity. I'm Dhruva from Assam.
Yeah, okay.
Sir,
please go ahead.
the challenges, we are doing this organic farming for last 3 years. We have around 122,000 SSG members who are working this. But main challenge is that that product focusing. First thing, we don't know how much product is available at what point of time and where. That is one problem we are facing. We are making some solution for that. Another thing is that processing, because mostly in organic farming or natural farming, we are dealing with the fresh products. So we need to have certified processing units in place so that we can pack them, process them, and sell them in farm markets. Like as it is mentioned in metros also, the farming is happening in rural areas. And if we are not processing it and refrigerate it in proper way, supply chain is not available. So that is one challenge we are facing. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Points without transport, storage, processing, natural points without transport, storage, processing, natural farming doesn't have a future. So we need a lot of support systems.
Sir, I assure you all the points are well documented and would come out as proceeding of the conclave.
Good. Thank you. Yeah.
Sir, I would like to add,
Yeah.
in Maharashtra's natural farming policy, we have taken care of all the things. And I will give you one small example regarding this seed thing. If you go to the Argentina, Monsanto.
If you don't mind, जैसे sir कर रहे थे, I'll request that let's collect all the questions so that once they are thorough with everything, then we'll request all the experts
I
to
agree with you.
answer. My only request to the SRLM team members would be please be crisp and don't make long statements. Just what is the question that you will be asking, would like to put to the panelists here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah, let the SRLMs please come up. आपका क्वेश्चन जो है ना पूछिए crisply and clearly. Very good challenges have come up, that these are what we should remember them. Yeah, there I can see a hand there. Please, go ahead. Yeah, your state. Honorary member. Yeah.
Very warm good afternoon, sir. So actually, Goa is very famous for cashew. That is GI tag product. So already, although all the cashews from Goa are organic, because they are mostly in the forest areas. So now the major problem is cashew stem and root borer. The pest is highly affecting the production. So how to overcome this through natural farming?
Yes, very good, yeah. Yeah, बाद में, yeah. Cashew stem borer, pest management, कैसे organics हो सकता है? Good, next.
Good afternoon all. This is Hasina from Ladakh. Sir, जैसे कि आप सब पता है कि जो लद्दाख है वो एक हार्श क्लाइमेट है विद दिस स्कैरसिटी ऑफ वाटर के साथ, तो हम ये जानना चाहते हैं कि कैसे हम अपने सॉइल हेल्थ को इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, और ख़ास तौर पे अगर हम लद्दाख की बात करें तो वहाँ पे बहुत शॉर्ट ही सीज़न रहते हैं. जैसे अगर हमारे कल्टीवेशन जो सीज़न रहता है वो अप्रैल में जून तक ही रहता है, जो मेनली सिटीज़ एरियाज़ में है, और रूरल एरियाज़ में तो वहाँ पे अप्रैल मई जून से स्टार्ट होता है और फिर वो सितंबर की एंडिंग तक ख़त्म ही हो जाता है सर. और लद्दाख की प्रॉब्लम, अगर हम चैलेंज या प्रॉब्लम को लेके बात करें तो वहाँ पे पानी की कमी बहुत रहता है. तो हम इन सारी चीज़ों को कैसे टैकल कर सकते हैं या हम इन पे काम कैसे कर सकते हैं कि जिससे कि हमारे जो एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी है वो हम अच्छे से इम्प्रूव कर सके या बढ़ा सके. थैंक यू.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you well. That is true. बहुत harsh terrain है वहाँ, challenges बहुत है. We will see how we'll answer that. Yeah, please. वहाँ, yeah, madam, there from Tamil Nadu, I think, right? Yeah. Odisha, huh? Odisha. कहाँ तू?
थैंक यू सर. एक्चुअली मेरे ये क्वेश्चन है कि सॉयल हेल्थ अगर अच्छा करना है तो कैटल का ज़रूरत बहुत है. अब कैटल का नंबर बहुत ही रिड्यूस हो रहा है, और जो देसी वेराइटीज़, लोकल वेराइटीज़ का कैटल को तो कोई भी इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं दे रहे हैं मैक्सिमम जगह पे. और इंडिजिनस सीड के बारे में वो सर ने बताया. ये दोनों हम थ्रू आउट द ईयर अगर सॉइल को कवर करके रखना चाहते हैं तो वेराइटीज़ ऑफ सीड्स हमको ज़रूरत है. एक तो हमारे पास सीड्स नहीं है, दूसरी हमारे पास गाय बहुत कम हो गए हैं. तो जितने भी हम नेचुरल फार्मिंग के बात बोल रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं गैप हो रहे हैं. कैसे वो गैप को हम मिनिमाइज करें, वो हमारा प्रश्न है.
बढ़िया.
थैंक यू.
वेरी गुड. Core issue she has brought up. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah.
सर, आई एम फ्रॉम गुजरात. सर, जैसे कि बताया गया है उसके हिसाब से हमने 200+ बायो इनपुट रिसोर्स सेंटर वुमेन लीड खड़े किए. वहाँ पे चैलेंज आ रहा है कि एस्टैब्लिश्ड हो गया, प्रोडक्शन भी स्टार्ट हो गया, पर उसका क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्डाइज मेंटेन नहीं हो रहा है. तो उसके लिए जो यूज़ कर रहे हैं फार्मर्स, उसमें रिजल्ट अच्छा नहीं मिल रहा है, तो फिर से दोबारा उनको ऑर्डर नहीं मिलेगा. ये चैलेंज आ रहा है, तो उसको कैसे हम ओवरकम करें। दूसरा चैलेंज है कि जो बायो इनपुट रिसर्च सेंटर है वो एसएचजी के लिए एक लाइवलीहुड जनरेट एक्टिविटी है, तो उसको, और एंड यूज़र है वो फार्मर है, तो उन दोनों को कनेक्ट कैसे करें और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बिजनेस कैसे उस दीदी को मिले। दूसरा एक चैलेंज था कि पीजीएस सर्टिफिकेशन में से ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन स्टैंडर्ड है, तो नेचुरल फार्मिंग के लिए कुछ ऐसे स्टैंडर्ड या पॉलिसी ऐसी बनाई जाए तो उसमें काफ़ी हेल्प हो सकता है। यस सर।
ओके, नेक्स्ट प्लीज।
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for this opportunity. Sir, it's not about the question, it's about the my request for the policy, for natural farming, APEDA.
From where are you, please?
From Assam, sir.
Assam, okay.
Yes, sir. So APEDA, agriculture, and they all come together for natural farming. There is a link, I found it's missing. There is a cold storage and cold chain, sir. If you, in the policy, because it's a very good platform, so if in future some scheme in parallel to natural farming, cold storage and cold chain, then it will be really helpful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Convergence, okay. Next, please.
सर जय बिहान, मैं छत्तीसगढ़ से राजीव श्रीवास्तव बोल रहा हूँ।
कहाँ से?
सर मेरा एक छोटा सा जो है प्रश्न था कि प्राकृतिक खेती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए तो बहुत विचार कर रहे हैं मंच पे अपन बैठ के, इसमें लेकिन जो है प्राकृतिक खेती को और आगे ले जाने के लिए जो हमारे जो इंडिजीनियस वैरायटी सीड और ट्रेडिशनल जो सीड थे उसके संरक्षण के लिए जो है सीड बैंक के लिए कोई विशेष तौर पे यदि पॉलिसी बनाते हैं और उसका जो है प्रसार और विस्तार करने के लिए जो है हम यदि सोचते हैं स्टेट वाइज जैसा भी वहाँ का सिचुएशन है उसके हिसाब से, तो वो ज़्यादा बेहतर रहेगा सर।
ओके, सीड कंजर्वेशन, सीड बैंक जरूरी है।
यस यस यस।
ओके, मानते हैं। बैठिए जी। नेक्स्ट प्लीज।
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone on the panel. This is Sumit here from SRLM, Assam. I have a.
दूसरे स्टेट को भी थोड़ा मौका दे दीजिए ना।
I had just a point which is.
Okay, you say that. मगर हर स्टेट को एक मौका मिलने दीजिए। Okay, आप कहिए नहीं में।
Yes. So actually, we should also. I think we should work on pricing mechanisms, because we are working on productivity systems, but we are not working on pricing mechanisms. So that is one point which I wanted to add.
Very good.
Because that is the back-ended support which actually helps farmers to get motivated towards, production in natural or organic.
Absolutely. We agree with you. Yeah. Plus. Yeah. Central India से है ना, और North West India, North West राजस्थान, गुजरात हो गया, राजस्थान। हाँ। Yes, please.
मैं अरुणाचल SRLM से हूँ।
हाँ।
Sir, Arunachal, we being one of the most blessed states maybe in the country with all the agroclimatic conditions that can be thought about in the world, and with the nature that has given us with the bounty of land mass, but there are certain dichotomous situations that keeps on happening with the efforts that we are also trying to make with the natural farming. हम एक तरह से सर नेचुरल फार्मिंग के लिए काफ़ी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दूसरा तरफ अपना ही खुद का डिपार्टमेंट का तरफ से देर आर टर्मिनल सीड्स दैट गो ऑन baggage and baggage in every season. So how do we come or maybe try to come together at the national level and think about making it a single voice? This is something, a matter of concern that hovers our head.
Now, are you saying that you're not getting the right support in the state?
नहीं सर, हम अपना ट्रेडिशनली जो भी सीड से कर रहा था उसका ऊपर अभी का समय में डिपार्टमेंट का तरफ से बीट फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर एंड हॉर्टिकल्चर हमें काफी सीड इनपुट्स मिल जाता है विच आर टर्मिनल सीड्स।
ओके ओके ओके,
मतलब एक बार उसको यूज किया तो सर नेक्स्ट टाइम यूज नहीं कर सकता है। तो हाउ डू वी ट्राई टू बी वन वॉइस एज ए कंट्री towards natural farming?
Yeah, correct. Mainstreaming, ठीक है. Yeah, yeah. And yes, here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mamta, Karnataka State SRLM. First, I would like thanks for this opportunity. Then I thanks to Rangalakshmi Madam for giving wonderful presentation related to women family health, madam, especially women family food system. Then in your presentation, you briefing about women, family, food system, then sustainability and natural farm.
Mamta, please. जैसे JS मैडम ने कहा ना.
My question is,
you just ask your question. Yeah.
My question is to Rangalakshmi madam. Ma'am, how SAGs are influencing local food policies, ma'am, and nutritional program, ma'am?
Okay. All right. ठीक है. Next.
I'm not from SRLM. I am Sonal from TRI. Thank you for just this thought-provoking discussions. My thought which is coming is that 50 years back, rightly mentioned कि हमने fertilizers and green revolution promote किया, and maybe 50 years after we may be having different vision. The thing is what probably we are missing कि जो हम यहाँ पर सोच रहे हैं, तैयार कर रहा है, things are going from paper to fields, but probably we are missing the learnings and the lessons we are जो हमें field से ऊपर आने चाहिए.
Okay.
Probably that is required for natural farming जो शायद thousands of years से आया होगा.
Okay.
But we are missing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Bottom up learning. Yes, please. Yeah. Can I be little loud? Yeah, please be there. Yeah. You want a mic, no? Mic एक दे दीजिए ना. So Pradhan will speak.
Sir, I am from Pradhan. So my question to the panel is, while we discuss about natural farming, probably things which are happening today, it is not at par or in the expected form, which is for the natural farming. So when we consider the hindrance factor, it's not those chemical industries which promotes it. There are several factors. And natural system includes, jal, jamin, jungle, jantu, jan, and jalvayu of late. So when any of this agar bigar jate hai, to entire natural system bigar jayega. And at the end, natural farming in the comprehensive sense will not happen. So our response to this, if I refer to the discussion from the morning onwards also, this is very vital, like the agriculture, farming and all such things and related matters. But when we talk about the ecosystem, how all these factors related to things which are harming water, which are harming land, which are harming forest, which are harming even attitude of human. So what kind of comprehensive approach we need to adopt actually to approach this from a, so that it becomes an ongoing practice.
Understood. Yeah. All right. Thank you. You're asking for a comprehensive approach. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, next, please. Anybody? Yeah, I think so. Now we are already actually, yeah, I think we have passed the thing. So now what I would request is already 2 p.m. So we'll take, I think, not more than 5 minutes and close it. So what I would request is that, our panelists can quickly, don't elaborate. I would rather request first, I think, Mihir to, because he has understood many of the things. Why don't you just respond? And then the others can also respond if required.
Thank you, Ashok. I must say, ये बहुत ही अच्छा सेशन रहा. देखिए, बहुत सारे कॉन्फ्रेंसेज होते हैं इन सब्जेक्ट्स पे, पर इतना जिसमें ठोस बातें हुई, पार्टिसिपेटिव रहा, जिन चीज़ों की बातें हम करते हैं वो वास्तव में हमने प्रैक्टिस की. सो आई मस्ट कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट ईच एंड एवरी वन ऑफ यू इज इन्वॉल्वड इन ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दिस. मुझे लगता है कि ये देखिए, एक तरफ एग्रीकल्चर पूरा स्ट्रीम है, एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं स्टेट सेंटर पे. अब उनका एक हिस्ट्री रहा है. देखिए, इसमें किसी को किसी गलत तरह से ना देखें इस बात को, लेकिन क्योंकि ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन में ट्रेन हुए, शिक्षा भी ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन की प्रदान हुई. मैं तो इसमें हमने ये कहा है कि हमें अपने पूरे एग्रीकल्चर एजुकेशन सिस्टम को बदलना होगा. जब तक करिकुलम नहीं बदलेगा, उसके लिए भारत सरकार ने समिति भी बनाई है फॉर करिकुलम रिफॉर्म, बिकॉज वी नीड टू चेंज दैट. तो मुझे लगता है कि जो NRLM SRLM स्ट्रीम है हमारा, इससे पावरफुल कोई रास्ता नहीं है नेचुरल फार्मिंग प्रमोट करने का. मैंने माननीय मंत्री जी को, जब वो ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर थे मध्य प्रदेश के, तब से हमारी चर्चा चल रही है इस बारे में कि सबसे पावरफुल तरीका, आपका रीच सबसे ज़्यादा है, आप किसानों के साथ ही काम करते हैं. सभी लोग जो यहाँ आए हैं, जिन्होंने जिस तरह के प्रश्न पूछे, उससे मुझे इतनी उम्मीद जागी है आज कि हम लोग वास्तव में एक नेचुरल फार्मिंग की क्रांति इस देश में ला पाएंगे अगर आप ये संकल्प ले लें कि लाइवलीहुड को प्रमोट करने का सबसे पावरफुल तरीका यही है, विमेंस एम्पावरमेंट करने का भी सबसे पावरफुल तरीका ये है। आई वुड जस्ट, मेरा एक सुझाव मेरे सिविल सोसाइटी के जो दोस्त बैठे हैं उनसे ये होगा, खासकर नेशनल कोalition फॉर नेचुरल फार्मिंग जिसका मैं अध्यक्ष हूँ, हमारे CEO यहाँ बैठे हैं। नरेंद्र, मैं आपसे कहूँगा ये जितने सवाल आए, मैं बार बार आपको कहता हूँ, वी हैव टू बिकम द NF विकी फॉर दिस कंट्री। जो किसान का कोई प्रश्न है, हम लोग साथ काम करें NRLM SRLM के, मिनिस्ट्री एग्रीकल्चर के साथ भी, और कोई भी क्वेरी आती है आप जिम्मेदारी लीजिए कि इसका आप निवारण करेंगे। कितने सारे सवाल आए, उनका भी जवाब देना अभी संभव नहीं है, लेकिन एक एक सवाल का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। जितने भी पॉइंट्स रेज किए गए SRLM के मित्रों द्वारा, मुझे लगता है बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, और अगर हम ये नहीं कर पाए तो फिर शायद ये हम लोग इसको इतना एक्सपैंड नहीं कर पाएंगे जितना हमें करना ज़रूरी है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। तो हम क्लोज करने जा रहे हैं क्योंकि टाइम नहीं है। बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न पूछा है आपने। इतना थोड़ा 3-4 पॉइंट मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। एग्रीकल्चर मतलब है खाली क्रॉप्स नहीं है। हम जब सोचते हैं एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में, खाली हमारा जो गेहूँ है या हमारा सिरीधान है इसके बारे में सोचते हैं। एग्रीकल्चर में बहुत सारे सब सेक्टर्स है, वो तो याद रखिए। अगर नेचुरल फार्मिंग, ऑल्टरनेट टेक्नोलॉजी को प्रमोट करना है तो डेयरी एनिमल हस्बेंड्री बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। उसके साथ हॉर्टिकल्चर भी उतना ही इम्पॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि रेनफेड एरिया में, ड्राईलैंड एरिया में भारत में बहुत सारे इंडिजिनस स्पीशीज़ है जिसको हमने भूल गए हैं। और फोर्थ है एक्वाकल्चर, वो भी इतना ही इम्पॉर्टेंट है। तो जब एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में आप सोचेंगे, ये याद रखिए, फील्ड क्रॉप्स है, हॉर्टिकल्चर, डेयरी एनिमल हस्बेंड्री, फिशरीज़, एक्वाकल्चर। और भारत जो है ना, इतना विविधता है और कोई देश नहीं है जितने प्रकार के सॉइल्स भारत में हैं, जितना बायोडाइवर्सिटी। उदाहरण, एनिमल सेक्टर में हमारा 86,000 स्पीशीज़ है। इसमें आधा तो माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म से, बिना माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म सॉइल फर्टिलिटी कभी भी सुधरेगा नहीं। जब आप प्लांट्स का सोचेंगे तो 46,000 स्पीशीज़ है भारत में। तो ये नेचुरल फार्मिंग, ऑल्टरनेट टेक्नोलॉजी, ये बायोडाइवर्सिटी को मेंटेन करने के लिए ही है। और इसके साथ आप एक ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन या एग्रीकल्चर डेवलपमेंट जो हुआ है भारत में, इससे एक हमको सीखना चाहिए, वैल्यू चेन सिस्टम अप्रोच चाहिए। वैल्यू चेन सिस्टम मतलब खाली प्रोडक्शन नहीं, कोई एंटरप्राइज हो, एग्रीकल्चर हो, नॉन एग्रीकल्चर हो, उसमें प्री प्रोडक्शन होता है, प्रोडक्शन होता है, पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन होता है। आज तक हमने खाली प्रोडक्शन पर ध्यान दिया है। पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन, हार्वेस्टिंग से शुरू करके प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग, उसके बाद ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, ड्राई ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, कोल्ड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, उसके बाद प्रोसेसिंग, इसको हमने भूल गए हैं। इसलिए तो फूड सिस्टम नहीं है या फार रेंज मार्केट्स को हम नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं। तो नेचुरल फार्मिंग में भी इसको हर समय हमें याद रखना चाहिए। और फोर्थ जो है ना, बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, सप्लाई चेन जो है वो रिसर्च। हमने सोचते हैं कि सप्लाई चेन खेत से आरंभ होता है, नहीं, खेत से पहले रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट सेंटर है। हमारा एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज़, ICAR सेंटर्स, जैसे मिहिर जी ने बोल रहे थे, हमारा एग्रीकल्चर सिस्टम जो है आज तक एक ही धारा में चल रहा है, इंटेंसिव सिस्टम ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर। नाउ वी वांट एक्सटेंसिव सिस्टम ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर, लो इनपुट सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर। So I would request all our vice chancellors here are sitting here, our friends, and our ICAR directors are here. Just see how you can create a new hypothesis. New, that is high response to low input use. Green revolution that we have borrowed from Mexico and Philippines is high response to high intensity. But I believe that science and technology are no bias. It is time for physiology, time for biotechnology. So the point is, supply chain should start from research and development. अगर आप लोग देंगे हमको seeds or plants which are responsive to low intensity, which are resilient to weather extremes that are happening, are resilient to biotic, antibiotic stress, including rodents also, then I think the farmers will be able to take it forward. So these are the things that you please keep it in mind. And as once again, I would take your name, that we will let all kinds of technologies to blossom in our country. And India has always believed in a graduated approach, a reform and not a revolution. Revolution breaks the system. Whereas reform is step by step we go, because we don't want any disturbance. The apple cart should not be disturbed. So these are the points that I would like you to keep in mind. There are many things that आप लोगों ने कहा है. Odisha is the first state where community seed banks have been promoted very intensely. Odisha is the first state which has now begun to mainstream our indigenous seeds, land races, and also wild races into the system, and Karnataka is now following it up. तो हर स्टेट में जो आप लोग आए हैं यहाँ से अलग अलग स्टेट से, प्लीज़ आप लोग, जैसे हमारे सीड चेन है ना, नेशनल सीड चेन है, स्टेट सीड चेन है, हमारे कम्युनिटी सीड्स के साथ देसी सीड्स के लिए भी एक सीड बैंक चाहिए, मेन स्ट्रीमिंग चाहिए, पॉलिसी गाइडलाइन चाहिए. दैट्स व्हाट मैडम चिक्की वाज सेइंग. तो बहुत करना तो बहुत है, तो 2 दिन में आपको बहुत पता चलेगा, आप भी शेयर करिए. सो आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक द स्टेट government as well as the union government, led by our joint secretary and supported by secretaries, director and others, to have given us an opportunity. I'm sorry we have taken a little more time than what you gave us, but it has been a great experience, ma'am, to be all with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you. On behalf of the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, I would really like to thank you. And I'm sure that all the participants from the state and the UT Rural Livelihood Missions would have felt that this has been one of our best sessions in the times that we have held such workshops or such conclaves like that. Is it so or not? Great. So thank you so much, sir. I just wanted to give one highlight and then I'll hand the mic over to you. So I just wanted everyone, because my team, the SRLMs and the NRLM is aware of that. We are right now working with a huge number of 10 crore SHG members. It's 100 million SHG members who are right now in the fold of National Rural Livelihoods Mission. Out of those, Honorable Prime Minister on the 15th of August 2023 asked us to work on making of 3 crore Lakhpati Didis. Out of those 3 crore Lakhpati Didis, sir, on the 15th of August 2025, 2 crore, more than 2 crore Lakhpati Didis have become, which means they have crossed the stage of earning a livelihood income of 1 lakh per annum. And natural farming is a very, very important part of that, because when we talk of the crop-based activities, natural farming is a big thing. I would like to tell you that as of now, only 5 lakh SHG members are involved. DNRLM works with the women SHG members, so my gentleman friend who was here did mention about that. The focus of the ministry at DNRLM is on women, so we are talking about them. Through them, the whole household and the entire family. So because when the woman moves up, the family moves up, and the society moves up, the nation moves up. So I just wanted to, what we will do, sir, based on the type of questions that have come. We have noted down all of them. Even I have noted there is a knowledge management group that is noting, Chuki ma'am. What we'll do is, sir, we'll make a compilation of them, send it to you. And as you said, it should not be only one, and NCNF is there, but certainly, sir, since you are the person who is heading and moderating this, we'll send it to you, sir. We'll be very happy if there could some consolidated replies also in terms of recommendations for the national team also. So for the state teams and for the national teams, because that will be the best way out. But I will request all of you to be curious and keep asking questions. Unless you do that and you are only taking it one-sided way, अगर केवल सुनते रहेंगे और सुनकर ही सोचेंगे हम जाएंगे, तो cross learning जो होती है, cross pollination of ideas will not happen. So keep writing. My request to all of you is, for our ease and for the panelists' ease, please write down the questions. I'll request Rajeshwari and Snehal to get all the questions that have been asked. We compile them as it is, the way they have said it, verbatim, we put it to them without any kind of interpretation from the national team side, so that when it goes to Ashok sir, he is able to actually put it in the right manner, the right perspective, and the responses will be given to you as early as possible before this week or so. Sir, we expect, sir, from your side. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I am saying that you can't have more passionate officer than you.
Sir, it all comes from here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. A very powerful panel, and I think we've all benefited hugely from the insights and inputs they have given. And a huge congratulations to the SRLM representatives here who actually asked such very enlightening questions, which have actually added much more flavor to the amount of knowledge that we received. And I think as one message ringing from the whole session is that natural farming is an idea whose time really has come. And it is in our benefit that we all join forces. And it's great that in NRLM, the program, the largest national program in the world, I think, which actually works so close to the communities, have taken it on as a major mission. So thank you everybody for this wonderful session. And before we wrap up, I think we have a very important session. We have to felicitate each of the members here. So I request Snehal ma'am to please come up and provide the mementos to each of the participants. Dr. Ashok Dalwai, the chair. Thank you so much, sir, for the very efficiently carrying together. Dr. Mihish Shah. Yeah. Arre baap re. Dr. Mihish Shah. Hello? Ajay, starting there. Okay, Dr. Bhavani Shankar. Dr. Rangalakshmi. And Dr. Parashuram Patil. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for the very enthusiastic participation. We break for lunch, right? I hope so. A photograph of the panelists, yeah. I will also draw.
Yeah, for you also.
Thank you. Thanks everybody.
Finance to village credit, funding natural farming at scale. For this, I would like to invite Ms. Rajeshwari SM, Director, Rural Livelihood. Please welcome ma'am. And then Mr. Ashish Chaturvedi, Director, Climate Division, UNDP. He will join virtually. Okay. Ms. Ruchika Dral, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Ruchika ma'am, please come on the dais. Sri SD Rohilla sir, CGM, Department of Climate Action and Sustainability, NABARD. Ms. Sangeeta Agrawal, Senior Sector Specialist, NRM, KFW, New Delhi. Dr. Panchali Dharma Life. Mr. Ganesh Babu, MD, India and Senior Vice President, Revenue Global. Mr. Ganesh Babu.
Without wasting much time, because each and every minute of these 2 days, I assume it to be very expensive. You all have traveled far distances and we all are sitting here. Let's not waste any second of these 2 days, and let's involve in quality discussions. So a very good afternoon to everyone once again. After the Power Pact discussions, what happened in the morning, Subah jo discussions hua, now we are moving to financial aspects. I understand the sessions after lunch is a bit distracting, not so interesting. So that is why we have designed it that we will be speaking on numbers, finance, monetary things, how we will be the monetization of or the climate finance things, how we can relate it to SHG-led natural farming aspects. So I welcome all the esteemed panelists who have joined, and Ashish Chaturvedi ji has joined us virtually. I'll not go introducing every one of you, that you can, I request all of you to please introduce yourself and give answers to the questions. What I would like to say is, in the morning session, the major takeaway messages were not to consider farmers as guinea pigs, right? So they are not someone to be experimented. The experts जो सोचते हैं इसको जाके हम थोड़ा experiment करके आएंगे, ऐसा नहीं है. And now when we are all gathered here deliberating on natural farming, or I would like to use the term chemical-free farming, a safe word. So why we are, me, if I consider myself as a woman, Sunita from Madhopur village, what the mascot I had created for this workshop, why should I shift to whatever you are saying? The experts who have gathered in this conclave, you are saying that I should adopt chemical-free farming. Why should I? So what is the, by end of the day, also we got to hear that farmers are the most rational decision makers. They think a lot before investing even a single rupee. So we have also witnessed that. So when we say that, what is the benefit involves when I switch to this chemical-free farming? That is the very big question I wanted to pose to the forum, first thing. And second thing we say, we all know, when we propagate for natural farming, it generates multiple benefits. Adaptation, mitigation, biodiversity, it brings water efficiency. But even then, the actual practitioners rarely receive any financial recognition for it. They don't receive the benefits in form of monetary benefits for these public goods, what they are contributing to the environment. So this session explores, this was conceptualized basically to understand how global climate finance, carbon markets, and domestic rural credit systems can be aligned. That is why the members were chosen. We had put lot of thoughts behind selecting the people, experts for this session. So now I want to bring like the global perspective first, understand what is happening with the carbon markets, climate finance mein kya ho raha hai. Then we come to Indian conditions, and I want to hear from ministry. We have madam from ministry. I want to hear from international funding agency from KW. We have expert from carbon markets. We have NABARD representative, and at last, we should also hear to the people who are working that last mile community level pay, whom we have Panchali from Dharma Life. So that is how we have designed this session. So let us hear. It would be a very enriching, interesting session. I myself am very excited. So first I'll begin with Ashish ji. Am I audible, Ashish ji? Sun pa rahe hain humko?
Yes, absolutely. I can hear you loud and clear. Thanks.
Okay, that is, this is working really well. So, सुबह से थोड़ा technical glitches था. Fortunately, we can hear you, Ashish ji. It's a great blessing. ठीक है, that's a good start. Majorly, I would like to throw the outline of this session. So please limit your answers around these things, how we can translate global climate finance into village level investments. We want to know more about it, adaptation funds, carbon markets, green credit program, what we say, and how that can be got into the level of SHGs, CLFs and FPOs, majorly the institutions of day and RLM, what we are working with, and how can they be seen as aggregators and mitigation financial intermediaries. And some, if you can throw some light on farmer-friendly credit, insurance and risk mitigation instruments,
And not to forget digital measurement reporting verification, what we say MRV systems, for trust, transparency and accountability in this entire process of carbon credits and climate finance. And not to miss out on gender equitable access to climate finance. So this is, I have laid out the canvas for you. You can paint for yourself. So Ashish ji, over to you. Please explain to us how UNDP is, what is the approach of UNDP basically to bring global climate finance to local communities? And if you can explain it with few examples, it would be very helpful. Over to you, please, Ashish ji.
Thank you very much, Rajeshwari ji. And first of all, let me apologize to the audience, as well as to my fellow panelists, several of whom are very dear friends, that I'm not there in person and I'm missing out on sort of such an important gathering. Let me start with a sobering fact, right? So smallholder farmers worldwide are currently financing their own climate adaptation to the tune of almost $400 billion annually out of their own pockets. And agriculture, of course, continues to lose trillions of dollars to climate-related disasters over the past 3 decades, absorbing nearly 25% of all disaster-related economic losses. Of course, the fact that in India, a majority of our farmers are small and marginal, these farmers, of a single drought or flood can wipe out an entire year's income. And it creates a vicious cycle. They lead to debt, shocks lead to debt, which prevent investment and resilience, which of course further increases vulnerability to the next climate shock. So what we are doing in UNDP, and I think it's similar to sort of the approach of a lot of other international organizations, we're trying to sort of bring the global climate finance to local actors. And there are several ways in which we're doing it. So first of all, we're working at all these 3 different levels, at the global level, at the national and subnational level, but also directly at the community level. So at the global level, we mobilize climate finance through a global flagship program, which is called Climate Promise. This is the world's largest climate finance support program, working with 114 countries, mobilizing hundreds of millions of dollars to enhance climate pledges. But through the Climate Finance Network in Asia Pacific, very specifically, we partner with ministries of finance, central banks, and regulatory authorities to accelerate climate-aligned financial reforms. We are, of course, helping governments access the Green Climate Fund. So very glad to see Ruchika ji on the panel as well. We work very closely with her ministry to access the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, and the Adaptation Fund. And of course, all of these funds, they're of course sort of coming from the global, through the UNFCCC and other decisions at the multilateral level, but they're all flowing down to the community level, even in India. And I can give you a couple of examples on that. In fact, with GCF support, through the readiness support, the Government of India is developing the National Adaptation Plan, and we are very proud partners to the Government of India, which also includes work around agriculture and nature-based solutions through ecosystem-based agriculture. At the national and state level, we are helping governments build the financial architecture to channel climate finance effectively. Let me give you quick examples. In Nepal, we are supporting the Ministry of Finance develop a climate change financing framework that integrates climate considerations into the entire public finance management, helping establish a climate budget code system that tags climate-related budgets within government systems. In India, we are working with the blended finance company to design a guarantee facility for climate-smart and gender-responsive agriculture. This facility will de-risk lending to smallholders transitioning to natural farming. And of course, we are also working, I have a colleague sitting there in Bangalore, Chandran. So we are working on the sustainable finance facility, which is aimed at directly supporting state governments and local initiatives to mobilize sustainable finance for action on community projects. Most crucially, at the village level, we are strengthening community-based financial resilience institutions that farmers actually use. So let me give you an example of a project that we are implementing with the Ministry of Environment and 3 state governments, Maharashtra, Odisha, as well as Andhra Pradesh, where we're helping village-level infrastructure and village-level initiatives to global climate finance. So the Green Climate Fund gives grants to this project, the $43 million grants coming from the Green Climate Fund. And we are working with nearly 100,000 farmers across these 3 states to work on climate resilient agriculture. Now, since this is, and you talked about carbon markets, I'm happy to come back to it a little later during the session. But given the fact that this project is completely funded by the Green Climate Fund, there's limited avenues for mobilizing carbon credits. But we are monitoring the carbon dioxide emission reductions in this project. We have measurable indicators. In fact, GCF requests us to report back to them on what is the carbon dioxide emission reduction. So this is easily monetizable. And in fact, we are taking lessons from this project to work with other partners who are interested in carbon market linkages. And I'm sure others are going to talk about it in the session as well. Now, I don't know how much time you'll have later on in the session.
I think
so let me
will come back
very quickly tell you, so I'll just close by saying that the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment Facility have already established dedicated windows for natural farming and agroecology transitions. So there is grant capital which is available to de-risk investments which are going to be made in natural farming and agroecological transitions. And I'm sure there are bilateral funds available. I have colleagues in the room who will talk about that. And of course, NABARD is on the panel as well. But farmers transitioning to natural farming must receive some performance-based payments for verified outcomes like soil carbon sequestration, water conservation, biodiversity enhancements. And these payments will bridge the income gap during the transition period, ensuring that no farmer is left behind. And this is not fantasy. Every element that I've described is already happening somewhere and also happening in India. So our task now is to scale, systematize, and sustain these innovations. So I'll pause here. Back to you, Rajeshwari ji.
Yes, Ashish ji. I could say you painted the canvas very colorfully. So optimistic, like there is Green Climate Fund, there is a lot of funds being mobilized for promoting this climate-friendly farming practices, agriculture and all. But while discussing during the lunch break, I got to hear something otherwise from Rohila ji. So from the global level, now let's get down to national level. We have SD Rohila, CGM, who is heading the Department of Climate Action and Sustainability from National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. Sir, what I want to ask you, these things, the conceptual levels are very fine to present and discuss also. But when it really has to materialize, we know NABARD is our important stakeholder and doing a lot of work when it comes to sustainable farming. So how can you validate a sort of what Ashish ji just now explained?
Thank you. Thank you so much. थोड़ा सा इसका एक पर्सपेक्टिव लेते हैं. From after what Ashish just said, let's come down a little bit. जो हमारे आसपास जो हम सिस्टम देख रहे हैं ना, जिसमें कि फार्मर्स कुछ कल्टीवेट कर रहे हैं, एक तरीके से कल्टीवेट कर रहे हैं, उसको इकट्ठा किया जाता है, सरकार रोल प्ले करती है. This is a huge infrastructure which is in place today, right? It has taken us 70 years. So there is free power, there is free water, there are subsidized fertilizers, there are railway tracks which are there to pick up stuff, there are warehousing facilities, there's FCI. Now, this whole infrastructure took us 70 years, right, to put it into some place and have a banking sector which is responding to this as well. Now we are asking for a complete shift, all right? So natural farming is a different narrative altogether. इसको बनाने के लिए भी वक्त लगेगा. And in the earlier institutions have to play a role, but largely I believe in a democracy like India, it has to be policy driven. Policy is the king. Policy is what has made mitigation finance a champion of India. If you see the work we have done in solar, wind, which we are funding in NABARD, nearly $1 billion worth of funding we have done for solar, it's only because government enabled that. And Madam is over here from this, from a key ministry for NABARD. If you remember, the SHG bank linkage program started with 500 SHGs in Rajasthan, 1992. NABARD started that initiative, took it, made it big, and presented it to Government of India. Okay, sir, this is something which can, which you can adopt and make it big. And look what you have done with that. I mean, the numbers are phenomenal. So that's what our job is in NABARD. We have to give policy frameworks, which we are developing now. So the figures are not very exciting, especially carbon credits. I think India's record in carbon credits is perhaps one of the slowest. We are far behind even Africa, by the way. So this is again where policy comes in. You know, it's as simple as a Government of India directive saying, look, we are going to be sourcing 20% of this year's MSP from, say, through SHGs. Yeah, imagine that. If you can say if you're organic or you're natural farming, some certification systems are put into place, and you say this year, Indian government will buy 20%. I mean, you think afresh, think from a perspective which makes the market walk towards that reality. Instead of just expecting things to happen on a voluntary basis. Things don't happen on a voluntary basis. Other thing is, I was in the morning with Rise.com, a very nice startup, and they made a very strong point. And he was basically quoting Bill Gates. Bill Gates said that your organic produce has to be at the same price as a non-organic produce for it to really take a shape. Your moment you talk of a surplus on top of it, it's not going to happen. Right? So when we're talking about SHGs involving large groups like that across the country, it has to be policy driven. We have to think in terms of solutions which make which force the system to adopt this reality, you know. That's my little two-bit on this.
A bit of your saying it should be top-down to begin with. It should be top-down driven. I get it, sir. So I'll come to you again with the scale of what we are dealing with as we discussed earlier. And now I want to get this fact validated from Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change. We have Ruchika ji from the ministry. So Ruchika ji, how does MOEFFC views agriculture as a sector for contributing to this climate action? Any light you can throw on COP30 agreements? I want to understand the stance of ministry, stance of Government of India, how you are dealing with this, how with what spirit and seriousness ministry is treating this.
Sure. Thank you, Rajeshwari, for that very valid question. When we talk about climate change, climate action, everyone is very ambitious about it. And everyone feels that all the sectors of the economy are really equally part of that climate action. But as far as the Government of India is concerned, as far as the international negotiations and the international discourse on climate change and climate action is concerned, I would want to share with everyone in the room the fact that despite being one of the largest growing countries of the world, India has very minuscule contribution to the historical greenhouse gas emissions, because of which we see the climate change around us. So our contribution to this climate change problem is very minuscule. Therefore, the responsibility of mitigating that impact cannot rest upon us equally as other countries. So this principle is known as common but differentiated responsibility in the light of respective capabilities, which means that climate change is a global problem. It is a problem to be dealt by everyone in the world, all the countries in the world. But the responsibility of action cannot be equal on everyone. It has to be in proportion to the contribution made to the problem. So with this fact, I would want to share that India does not consider agriculture emissions as a part of its reporting exercise to the UNFCCC. When we talk about the total GHG emissions from the country, the agriculture sector is not Can we fix this, please? Yeah, so agriculture sector is not part of that total calculation. Reason being, most of our greenhouse gas emissions from the agriculture system are the sustenance emissions. These are the emissions coming from small and marginal farmers that has been very well recognized. So we cannot put the pressure of compliance, the burden of reducing emissions on those small farmers. So this is something that has been very well recognized, very well absorbed by the Government of India, and the same is communicated at all the international forums. We are not ready to undertake any targets with respect to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from the agriculture. But this does not mean that agriculture is not considered as an important sector for climate action. Climate action basically entails two things. One is mitigation, where you reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that are being emitted from the activities. That is called mitigation. You prevent the future greenhouse gas emission and the climate change. The second aspect is adaptation. Adaptation is to be prepared for the changes that have already happened and will happen despite all the mitigation efforts. So we divide the climate action in mitigation and adaptation. For India, agriculture sectors is important for undertaking adaptation action. It is more important for us to protect our agriculture systems. It is more important for us to enhance the resilience of our systems so that they are prepared for the changes that are expected to happen going forward. So adaptation is very much a priority for the government as far as agriculture sector is concerned. As Ashish ji already shared, that we are developing a national adaptation plan for the country. And under the plan, there are 9 sectors that are being considered. The adaptation specific goals are being designed for those sectors. The strategies are being identified for those sectors, and agriculture is one of the key sectors in that particular adaptation plan. And we have been working very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare to ensure that all the possibilities, all the strategies, all the possible policies and programs are actually reflected into the adaptation plan. Similarly, we worked with Ministry of Rural Development to cover the sector of poverty alleviation and livelihood in the adaptation plan. So poverty alleviation and livelihood protection is also one of the sectors we are looking at for climate adaptation, and both the ministries have been last 1 year, and we are at the final stages of finalizing the plan, and we hope to release and launch it within this financial year. So I'll stop here, Rajshri, probably come back with more. Thank you.
Yes, Ruchika. So that was helpful in understanding Ministry's view with adaptation. The thrust Ministry is giving on adaptation, more of on adaptation and mitigation strategies, how agriculture can be like. But I'm surprised to learn this, the emissions of agriculture is not being counted, especially with the pollution what we are getting to see in Delhi with the chaff burning and all. So that we can come back to you later.
I can answer it in short if you want.
Yes.
So the emissions from agriculture sector is not being reported. That would be the right word to say.
Yeah,
so in the international platform, in the international forums, the agriculture emissions are not included because, as I said, that these are sustenance agriculture. These are survival emissions. So we don't really want any scrutiny over those. So that's the reason.
Okay, got it. So now we got to hear from Ministry, and now we have a person here who has soiled his hands, working in the field of carbon credits, putting their efforts on so that the farmers, the ultimate practitioners, get to realize the monetary benefits and how it is being done. Let us hear from now from Mr. Ganesh Babu, who is representing me organization and the MD of India and Senior Vice President Revenue Global. It's a national forum, I would like to say. So,
sure.
Over to you, Ganesh ji.
So I would like to start with.
Before you start, so this I wanted to show to all the participants in the hall. So you can see Haryana, Punjab rice farmers. This was 2 days back, what I got to see in the newspaper. Haryana, Punjab rice farmers get carbon credit by financial year 2026. If I, as a normal farmer in some remote village, get to read this, it makes no sense to me. So can you explain in simple terms what it means and how me being a farmer can get this credit?
Yeah. Ma'am, this is the latest news, but the first carbon credits we have already got last year. So the first carbon credits were issued sometime in November 25, and most of the credits have been sold to a European airline, and we are paying nearly 6,000 farmers this month. So that's so how we do it. So basically, as you know, the carbon markets is huge, right? 92 to 95% of the carbon markets is mostly avoidance credits, and only 5 to 8% is removals. And within removals, nature-based solutions, and within nature-based solutions, agriculture. It's currently at a very, very nascent stage. So the opportunities are huge. What we have done in the it took us 4 years to reach where we are today. There are numerous challenges across the standards, methodologies, and on-the-ground issues. So, the standard body wants an ID card of a farmer, and a land record of a farmer. And these things are not easy to get from a farmer, right?
But can you explain in the perspective of our farmer-producer organizations,
yeah, absolutely,
our producer collectives? I would want to explain you that they are not individual farmers, we have farmer collectives.
Correct.
So how they have to work or get these credits?
Yeah, so we actually don't directly work with farmers. We work with FPOs, we work with NGOs, we work with corporates, we work with cooperatives. So we go to them and they do the onboarding into our platform. And once they do onboarding into our platform, we go through a complete process. We use satellites and AI to measure soil organic carbon. This has reduced the cost of the process by 90%. So we are able to maximize the funding to the farmers back. So what we do is we give nearly 75% of the total revenues, gross revenues, back to the farmers and the community through this process. There are numerous challenges which we have gone through the last 4 years, and we're able to do it. We have another big project that's coming up. It's already been registered with VEDA, and it will be issued in Q3 26. That's what we are looking at. As you see, any carbon, what I suggest is anybody who is doing natural farming automatically gets enabled for additionality that the standards body needs. So I would request as many natural farming farmers to start looking at companies who are into carbon markets and start getting registered with them. It's the right time where we can scale this removals up across India.
I think from your words, what I could consider as a takeaway message would be to streamline the process more of, and bring it into the institutions of farmers, how they can access these credits. What should be the way forward, the pathway exactly?
See, the way forward is organizations like Bhumitra, Varaha, Grow Indigo. There are so many companies across India who because they can only get into an offset mechanism because they can only at this point of time they can only enable voluntary carbon markets. So they need to get into some projects under the voluntary carbon markets. And natural farming is a very easy way to get additionality, and if we can ensure permanence over time, I think it's a very easy entry.
Okay, Ganesh Babuji. I think with that we will get back to you with more questions. But for now, then we spoke at state level, national level. Now let's get into the community level, exactly the last mile connectivities to the finance facilities. So we have Panchali ji from Dharma Life, who is bridging this gap of financing the organizations, farmer collectives. So Panchali ji, if you can throw some light on it.
First of all, thank you. Thank you for the organizers for giving me this platform. And I've been really privileged to be part of NRLM and the larger ecosystem, because I wear two hats. While I work on developing technologies and platforms for social impact, I also represent a network of women-led enterprises. We are a small number. We are 25,000 women-led enterprise. But why I sit here proudly is because we've created a blended finance model where our backbone, which is our MRV system, has helped our women to, and these are women from interiors like Tamenglong, Pauri, remote areas of Assam, Arunachal, where we are working, and these women 10 years back, 12 years back, didn't even have access, didn't even have recognition. Now they are leaders in their community and have access to finance. And maybe my numbers that I come from will not be as fantasizing, but I can tell you it's very motivating for the woman who's sitting in Tamenglong and now is actually a Lakpati Didi. So, sorry. Yeah. So, the name of our organization is Dharma Life, and what we do is that we started with building women enterprises, and while doing women enterprises, we realized that a lot of these women that we want to work with but did not have access to proper schooling or education. So we started with capacity building. And while we were doing capacity building, we also realized that we will look into aspirational livelihoods and not sewing, stitching. I mean, I'm not saying that this is something wrong, but I'm just saying that something different and unique. So we started with solar 10 years back, which was something very unique and different, and now it has grown. But this woman started with their capacity building, and we had solo entrepreneurs who were creating solar products, who were after-sales technicians, but we did not have access to credit, access to finance. So what do we do? So we started at Dharma Life pulling in resources, say from multilaterals like UN agencies. We did corporate social responsibility. So we created a pool of resources which acted as revolving fund for these women-led enterprises in the process. In this 10 years, we have realized that what has helped us to move forward is technology, because we used the whole journey of capacity building till becoming an enterprise, adapting climate resilient technologies and businesses to actually create credit linkage with organizations across like corporates or NBMCs who would come to us to then say that why not finance your women-led enterprises. So right now we have all our women-led enterprises on a platform which is a MRV platform which runs on a blockchain and is driven by AI. Right now we've developed this. So I would also want to say one thing, because I know this is a platform from natural farming, but we have a tested, proven track and trace model and a platform which we had developed with GIZ a couple of years back. And that has brought our non-farm. I remember in the morning people, the dignitaries were talking about non-farm also. So the non-farm entrepreneurs have led and has risen to a level where we have international platform. And using this MRV tool, we would want our farming entrepreneurs also to reach that level. Thank you.
Panchali, exactly this comes as a coincidence in the time when we are focusing, giving more thrust on promotion of entrepreneurship as well. And as the tagline of this conclave says, livelihoods and entrepreneurship development through regenerative agriculture. So not to forget the importance of entrepreneurship we hold. By end of the day, we are also working towards building farm-based entrepreneurship ecosystem. So in that, your organization and the similar ones play a crucial role with connecting the entrepreneurs with the required information, technology, as well as finance. Thank you so much for your words, and I congratulate you for the work, noble work, what you are into. Now, when we plan for doing all these things, the finance, the funding support is something very important. And we have at global level many partners. We have World Bank, we have IFAD, whom we had representation in the morning session. So likewise, we have a bank from Germany, KfW, who is working in this space. Where they intend to fund natural farming interventions of India. So we have Sangeeta Agarwal representing KfW. So over to you, Sangeeta. I want to ask you what exactly KfW is doing and what is your modality of funding or in the promotion of natural farming in India. You can be crisp. I think we will have more time for the audience, please.
Thanks, Dr. Rajeshwari, and thank you for inviting me for the panel. So I'll just tell a little bit about KfW. Not many people know about us. So KfW and GIZ are just like sister organizations. We represent the German Development Cooperation, and we are the financial cooperation, whereas GIZ is the technical cooperation. So basically, our mandate is to work with the public sector, with governments, and we do scale up the projects. So we do large-scale financing. In India, we have done almost since the early 90s, we've done grant-based financing, and our major partner was NABARD. And done a lot of watershed development in several states in the country. And we've basically, in the last 15 years, we moved from grant-based financing to loan-based financing. As India became economically more developed and became an emerging market, it was not eligible for loan-based financing. One of the first loan-based financing we introduced in the NRM sector, Natural Resource Management sector, was something called the Umbrella Program on Natural Resource Management, again with NABARD. And we've implemented some 300 plus projects across the country, and it has shown tremendous impacts at the local level. There have been several learnings from it, which then helped us to move ahead and look at organic and natural farming as a next step of financing for areas where watershed development has happened, you know, where people have more water, more natural resources to manage with. They wanted more money to move into entrepreneurship. So thereby we kind of started with a loan plus grant-based financing, and our learnings have shown that you do need grants to sustain the hand-holding which is required for capacity building, not just for the local communities, but capacity building is also required for the implementation agencies as well as the financial institutions. We have talked to several financial institutions where they are very reluctant to finance natural resource management programs because many of them do not understand, these are not run-of-the-mill projects. So there is a lot of support which is needed for designing projects, for the appraisals, for monitoring, and these kind of efforts. Another result that we've gained is that you do need to have long-term financing because these transition does not happen overnight. Especially for natural farming kind of activities, we have been working with the government of Andhra Pradesh for the last 5-6 years now. And we've seen that the transition takes a minimum of 6 to 8 years for a farmer to completely transition to bringing its entire land to natural farming. I think over here, a lot of people who are working on the ground, it's very easy to convince a farmer to put 10% of his or her land into natural farming. But the challenge is when you have to take that 10% to 100%. And that's where the problem lies. How do we upscale natural farming? And so we feel that, what is essential is not just look at the production aspects, but also to bring the connect to the markets. And that's where blended financing is extremely important. You need to bring in the loan with the grant component and provide the support to the communities. And as I said earlier, the entire ecosystem to support the how to transition them to the markets, And one of the other things that is very important in natural farming. So along with Andhra Pradesh, we are also financing government of Meghalaya, and there is a very strong, the government of Meghalaya has already been supporting organic farming over there. We introduced natural farming and into the state, but there was also a very strong requirement to support value chain development through cooperative societies. And that is what the whole program is designed to. How do we take not just help with the production part, but also to help them, reach out to the international market, national market, as well as the state market, So government of Meghalaya is also wanting to come up with its own certification system, which will cater to the local demands. And one of the last things I also want to say is that grant financing is also necessary, especially for natural farming, to build the evidence on the ground. What is happening, how are we able to bring increase productivity, how are we able to improve our ecological resources. And this is something that we are supporting, again, the government of Andhra Pradesh through an academy which has been set up at Pulivendula. It's a grant-based financed academy, and they are not only financing a lot of research which is happening both nationally and with international organizations, but the biggest thing that they have designed is a farmer scientist course, a 4-year farmer scientist course, because Andhra's emphasis has always been the farmer first, and they believe that the farmers are the biggest knowledge repository for natural farming. How can we make them more scientifically aware and scientifically knowledgeable, and then take it for more peer-based lending, So natural farming, the main thing is that it's extremely knowledge-based, natural farming. So you need communities to reach out to other communities.
Yeah, sure, Sangeeta. Thank you for reiterating on grant-based and blending finance models, and how natural farming is one sector which requires long-term support when it comes to financial aspects. Thank you for your points. Now I would like to open to the forum the questions and any clarifications we can take from the audience, from SRLM specifically. If you have any questions on how this climate finance, what we say, the carbon markets, any questions you have, you can ask the experts in the panel. Over to you. It's open. Climate finance.
Yeah, hello. I am Ashok from TRI. May I please?
बिल्कुल बोलिए सर, बोलिए।
हाँ, तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि खासकर जिस तरह के फार्मर्स के साथ NRLM सिस्टम काम करता है, तो वहाँ के फार्मर्स को कार्बन क्रेडिट का जो फाइनेंस है उसको एक्सेस करने के बीच में काफ़ी स्टेप्स हैं। लाइक फर्स्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट की हमें उस तरह एग्रो इकोलॉजिकल प्रैक्टिस में इन्वेस्ट करना है, एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री मॉडल है या नेचुरल फार्मिंग का मॉडल है, उसके बाद जो सिस्टम है कार्बन क्रेडिट फाइनेंस का उसमें रजिस्टर होना है, रजिस्टर होने के बाद में ग्राउंड ट्रूथिंग होनी है, उसके बाद वैलिडेशन की टीम आएगी और उसके बाद जा करके क्रेडिट इशू होगा। तो इसके बीच में देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ लेगवर्क इज रिक्वायर्ड वन एंड अ लॉट ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट इज रिक्वायर्ड बाय द टाइम कार्बन फाइनेंस इज रिलीज्ड। तो इसके बीच में जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है, what are the EG finance resources available or what can be done, particularly considering the SHG ecosystem. I am coming from my experience of connecting Manrega farmers to a global carbon market, and we have seen there is a lot of investment and legwork required, and the agency involved need to invest a lot. So I don't know, in long term when we are thinking about millions of farmers coming and taking advantage of carbon market, I would like to learn what kind of these finances opportunities are available and how these can be accessed by the women farmers. The two questions.
Ganesh, no, currently what the model that we are doing is, when you start the program and say, for example, when you are in year 3 and you're doing, when we're going for validation, one good thing is we have the ability to go back in time and check the data, what is there in your farm, and we are able to provide you with carbon credits for the last 3 years, right? So at this point of time, the way we are working is we are only working, that's why we are working with FPOs, NGOs and corporates who are able to do that investment upfront and get that carbon credits over 3 years and give it back to them. That's the operation model we are currently working on. With respect to national schemes and other things, at this point of time, I see when you put a grant on the table, then what happens is, will that become, do they need carbon credits, carbon finance? So that will become a question that comes as part of the validation. So we have to be careful how, because carbon finance should enable them to take the things forward, right? Rather than having grants.
I think Ashish can add few points on this. Ashish? Ashish ji,
Thanks.
yes.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly come in on this.
Yes,
so, see, for a private, there are private companies, there are private operators in the market, and we know quite a few, I'm sure you would have heard of them as well, who completely operate on carbon finance revenues. So whatever, let's assume that the price of a carbon credit is anywhere between $10 to $20. It can, so that's a realized price in the market. Now, depending on the number of credits which are issued to the number of FPOs, that could finance the entire sort of enterprise's revenue stream. Some of it is shared with the farmer, and some of it is then sort of kept as a revenue share by the company which is operating it. I think what Rohila ji was saying is that if you really want to scale it up at the national level, or you need some injections of capital as grant to set up a help desk either at a ministry or at an institution outside of the ministry, at a sort of and that can be grant financed, right? So you basically have something like a carbon procurement unit, which can be sort of affiliated to one ministry, can be affiliated to NABARD, can be affiliated to any such sort of entity, where it's financed through grant to actually offset all the costs which the FPO is going to face, which is the assessment cost, the standardization cost, all of that. And it doesn't necessarily have to be driven by compliance. I think a large part of the agri credits in this country right now are not driven by compliance, they're in the voluntary market. So therefore, I'm not really worried about the challenge that it has to be top down. What is that there is facilitation which is required. And some actor can actually come and provide that facilitation, and that facilitation can be funded by the grant, and that can come from different sources, come from the government itself as well, and then so that those costs which are sort of falling onto the farmer are actually defrayed. And I think this is where we need some innovation either at the state level or at the national level.
This marks the attention for policy at policy level. I get what Ashish is mentioning. And also you say the easy to go path would be to approach private entities, right? Rather than like without any compliance, and our producer collectives can approach private entities so that they can access these credits, right? That was your message, Ashish?
Yeah, well, the message is that, well, I think it's related to what
No, because the
Ruchika-
question was that they wanted to know how to approach, where to approach, whom to approach. So
There are a lot of organizations like, so, well, I think, well, the German GIZ did this. I was with GIZ earlier. UNDP does this. FAO does this. And these are all sort of a lot, and we have ongoing projects as well. So they can actually reach out to us as well, depending on which state they want to work in. We've actually been asked by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare to support carbon market piloting in several states. So they can contact any of these agencies, and of course there are other NGOs, national NGOs, which work on these areas as well. But I think if you want to do it systematically, I think policy is going to be a very important lever as well, to kind of set something up at scale.
Ashish ji, the intention of this workshop is to break the jargons and really speak in simple terms, so that when our SRLM teams go back to the states, when they go back to the field, they should immediately begin with the work. It should be like there should be no ambiguity. That is the motto of this conclave. So thank you for clarifying that. I ask Rohila ji to please add on to it.
See, I want to add something. Thailand में क्या हुआ? What has Thailand government done? Thailand's government said to the rice farmer कि अगर आप, if you move from flood irrigation to AWD, तो आपको 5 carbon credits मिलेंगे, okay? And some percentage over and above the minimum support price.
This is very important.
Yes, this is a policy move. Thailand government ने ये सब नहीं हुआ. What is happening in India is very unstructured. कोई एजेंसी 40% दे रही है फार्मर को, कोई 60% दे रही है, कोई 80% दे रही है. This is unstructured, number one. उनकी भी गलती नहीं है. जो डेवलपर्स हैं, they have to be financially viable, right? उनका कहना ये है कि आप कार्बन क्रेडिट्स को मत देखिए, आप प्रोसेस को देखिए कि आपकी सॉइल क्वालिटी बढ़ रही है, कार्बन कंटेंट बढ़ रहा है, प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ रही है. यू लुक एट दैट. कार्बन इज जस्ट अ चेरी ऑन द केक, राइट? लेकिन हमारी अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या है कि कार्बन क्रेडिट्स अपने आप में इंजन होगा. गलत बात है. इसको थाईलैंड गवर्नमेंट, आई वाज देयर फॉर अ वर्कशॉप रिसेंटली, एंड थाईलैंड गवर्नमेंट हैज टेकन पॉलिसी एक्शन. दैट्स व्हाई अगेंस्ट से टॉप ड्रिवन. It has to be top driven in the initial stages. You cannot let it be a banana republic. No, carbon is today banana republic, if you ask me. Who is deciding carbon credits for India? Vera, gold standard. Where are they sitting? Abroad. So what are the charges for a farmer? It's back-breaking. भाई एक FPO अपने लाइफ टाइम में इन्वॉल्व नहीं कर सकता. 30-35 लाख का खर्चा नहीं उठा सकता भाई. वो नहीं कर सकता. It is not his capacity to handle this. So it has to be policy driven.
This exactly is what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much, Rohila ji. Again, we can take the next question, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Anirban from Assam. Actually, ma'am, I just like to add some point. In our farming, total SAG member involved in our organic farming, almost 122,000. In our practices, we always use dry leaves in raised beds, zero tillage. So where we can calculate in a yearly basis, it's come around 180,000 metric ton that dry leaves we put in the ground. So in future, if some policy came, already we are working on that. So definitely some additional benefit our farmer will get from the carbon credit. That's all, ma'am.
Definitely. So should I treat that as a statement? Yes. Thank you, Anirban.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments?
नमस्कार मैम, सुनील कुमार यहाँ से मैम. हमने मैम पिछले 2 साल में AWD पे काम किया मैम, फार्मर को मोबिलाइज किया. उसके बाद हमें तभी पता लगा इतना कार्बन जनरेट होता है पैडी से. उससे पहले हरियाणा में मुझे भी नहीं पता था पैडी से पानी ज़्यादा देने से भी कार्बन प्रोड्यूस होता है. उसके बाद इशू ये आया है, उसके बाद कितना और कार्बन पैडी के लास्ट तक जब हम उसकी कटाई करते हैं कितना कार्बन और पैदा होता है, ताकि हम उसको और ज़्यादा कम कर सकें. इसके लिए टेक्निकल तौर पे सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी हमें, ताकि और ज़्यादा हम हरियाणा पंजाब में जो भी मैंने स्लाइड देखी थी कार्बन ज़्यादा हो रहा है. तो क्योंकि वहाँ के किसानों को यही नहीं पता, सबसे पहले जब पैडी लगाते हैं उसके अंदर जो पानी देते हैं वो इतना एक्सेस हो जाता है, उससे भी कार्बन प्रोड्यूस होता है. जबकि जब हमने AWD पाइप लगाते हैं उसके इक्विवेलेंट यदि हम देख के पानी डालते हैं तो कार्बन बहुत कम प्रोड्यूस होता है. तो क्योंकि वो मोबिलाइज की भी बहुत आवश्यकता है. GIZ के साथ हमने काम किया पिछले 2 साल में, तो हमने 2500 किसानों को ऐसे मोबिलाइज किया. फिर उसको हम बायोफ्यूल पे भी लेके गए हैं उनके ऊपर, इस किसानों को जो कि रेड जोन में आते थे। तो हमें ये मोबिलाइजेशन की और टेक्निकल सपोर्ट की बहुत हरियाणा पंजाब को ज़रूरत है, ताकि कार्बन कहाँ कहाँ कितनी कितनी मात्रा में प्रोड्यूस होता है उसके ऊपर, ताकि उसको कम किया जा सके हरियाणा पंजाब से।
Great. Yes, yes, great.
सो आप हरियाणा से?
यस सर।
मैं रोहतक से हूँ। ओके, तो मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनना। इस देश में कार्बन क्रेडिट कहीं पे भी नहीं मिल रहा। अगर आप कार्बन डेवलपर है ना, तो आपको या तो इक्विटी आपको मार्केट से उठानी पड़ेगी, या फिर आपको एनबीएफसी से लोन मिलेगा 14, 15, 25% तक, ठीक, विच दे कांट अफोर्ड, विच मेक्स इट अनवायबल। सो नाबार्ड कार्बन फंड बनाया 300 करोड़ का, अपने आप पे छोटा अमाउंट है, लेकिन अगर आपके क्षेत्र में कोई संस्था है, जैसे कि गणेश बाबू साहब यहाँ पर हैं, इनके थ्रू से कोई भी आपके पास एजेंसी आती है जो बोलते हैं हम आपके स्टेट के अंदर कार्बन क्रेडिट करेंगे, तो उसकी फंडिंग के लिए नाबार्ड रेडी है। वी विल फंड हिम एज अ प्रोजेक्ट। तो उसके लिए हम लोगों ने अपना एसओपी बनाया है, उसका कोलेटरल क्या रहेगा, रिपेमेंट पीरियड क्या रहेगी। हम 4 साल का कूलिंग पीरियड दे रहे हैं, रिपेमेंट 2 साल में एक बार ही होगा, 4 साल के बाद, बिकॉज वी अंडरस्टैंड दिस टेक्स अ लॉन्ग टाइम। तो ये नाबार्ड ने 300 करोड़ रखा है टेबल के ऊपर, लेकिन अपने आप में बहुत कम अमाउंट है। आई वाज टेलिंग संगीता जस्ट रिसेंटली कि वी नीड टू मेक दिस फंड्स बिगर। सो अभी सिंस वी ऑन द सब्जेक्ट, सपोजिंग एनआरएम नेचुरल फार्मिंग करने के लिए 1 से 10,000 रुपए का खर्चा पर एकड़, राइट? अप्रॉक्सिमेटली दैट्स द 1 to 10,000 is what they say. You impute a value for this and let government of India put 1,000 crore fund with NABARD, like they have done in the past, and say that this is a zero cost fund. NABARD should raise 50,000 crore from the market, bring the average cost of fund down, and then fund some kind of a subvention to the SHG which takes up. This can be one, yes, yes. So we need to bring the cost down, and you need to trust NABARD is a part of Government of India. We will do what you're saying for sure, but we have our feet on the ground, and we can come up with solutions. Scale up कर सकते हैं हम लोग साथ में मिलके.
Rohila ji, we would be taking this very seriously, and as a policy statement proceedings, ma'am is also here, so he is giving a right pathway for us, so we will definitely build upon it, and I think we are really running short of time. Let us conclude the session. Thank you so much for the panelists as well as for the audience who were very interactive with the questions and statements. Thank you so much.
So, good evening. A minute here. Please, Betty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the lovely people from SRLM who have actually made it possible even after a sumptuous lunch here. The room is all full, and it's an indication how the workshop is going on. Thank you so much once again for the brilliant set of experts who are here, put up very nicely by the Director Rajeshwari and Snehal ma'am. Very happy to have you. The topic of climate finance and the carbon credit questions were really very, very essential, I think, at this point of time to be asked. But somehow I felt that the answers or the replies were not exactly what the SRLMs were hoping for. Because when we work with the SRLMs, the idea is how the SHG women can benefit from whatever is happening on this stage. So, जो मुझे एक लैग लगता है वो वही जो आज मैंने सुबह अशोक सर से भी कहा था कि जितने भी आप लोगों के ऐसे क्वेश्चंस हैं जिसमें से पहला क्वेश्चन बहुत ही फ्रूटफुल था, बहुत इफेक्टिव था कि उसके स्टेप्स क्या हैं, institutional steps क्या हैं before you go ahead with these big kind of things that we see in newspapers as headlines on others, for which our SHG Didi is not able to make any head or tail out of it. She doesn't understand what is this. So my request to you, after Sanjeev ji, you spoke about NABARD and whatever we could do for the climate fund, would be that I'll again request all the SRLMs, time लीजिए, सोचिए और आपसे related जो भी questions हैं उनको लिख कर before you leave this workshop, please make it a point that you give it to the moderator of this session, that is Dr. Rajeshwari, so that by the end of these 2 days and the next 7 days or so, we are able to come back to you in the proceedings of the session. It should not be only in the form of recommendation, but whatever we feel should be done by the ministry as also by our partners like the very important NABARD also. And thank you, Sanjeev ji, for the brilliant, I would say very, very nice kind of a detail on how NABARD would be able to come about with that. There are other partners also. Maybe some of you are silent. It could be GIZ, it could be KFW, it could be other partners also. We would request everyone who is present in this room to kindly take this seriously. This is something that matters to us because for the SHG women it matters. So with that, I'll request all of you to be in touch with us. The session should not end here only.
You covered one point of mine in the concluding session tomorrow, what I had planned. So please, it is expected from all the SRLMs that you give a note of all the observations which you couldn't raise at this very point of time. You have to give us, it's a must thing. So you have to give your questions, comments, statements, and also with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Just for the felicitation, I would like to request Ashok sir and Swati ma'am, please come on the dais and felicitate our dignitaries. So kindly come, please. Mrs. Ruchika Dral, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being with us. Please give a big round of applause. Sri S.D. Rohilla, sir, CGM, Department of Climate Action and Sustainability. Sri S.D. Rohilla, CGM, Department of Climate Action and Sustainability. Thank you, sir. Mrs. Sangeeta Agrawal, Senior Sector Specialist, NRM, KFW. Mrs. Sangeeta Agrawal. Dr. Panchali Dharma Life.
The shorts are very much handprints. It represents Karnataka. Black and gray,
Mr. Ganesh Babu K, MD, India and Senior Vice President.
One more important thing, the gift hamper consists, because I have to tell it, we can't open it right now, the organic products which are made out of rice straw, the cups and the various usables, which you will be amazed to see, they are made from organic products.
And ma'am, for Ms. Rajeshwari SM, our moderator of the session. Mr. Ganesh Babu K, MD, India and Senior Vice President, Revenue Global. Ms. Rajeshwari SM, Director, Rural Livelihood, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Please give a big round of applause for the delegates, panel member and moderator. So scaling natural farmer requires capital aligned from global adaptation finance to last mile SHG credit. This session actually bridged climate finance, carbon market and grassroots banking. Thank you all the panel members and moderator for this informing session for us. So now, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now, regeneration is incomplete without gender equity. This session placed women farmers at the center as decision makers, innovators, and entrepreneurs in natural farming system. So, for the next session on gender responsive regenerative agriculture, I would like to invite Ms. Divya Devarajan, IAS SMD Telangana. as a moderator of this session. For the panel member, I would like to invite Padma Shri Dr. Savarmati, Sambhav Organization, Rohi Bankan, Nayagad, Odisha. Savarmati, Didi. Yeah. Dr. S.V. Suresh, Vice Chancellor, University of Agriculture Sciences. So we have Dr. K. Harini Kumar sir. I would like to invite him also on the dais. Miss Kavita Mishra. Miss Kavita Mishra. Mishra Organic Farm, Raichur. Miss Kavita Srinivasan. Miss Kavita Srinivasan, representative from Makam. Dr. Puspa Nayak. Dr. Puspa Shri Nayak. Dr. Puspa Shri Nayak, DPM, Odisha Livelihood Mission. Sri Dhruva Jyoti Gogoi, SPM, Livelihood and Marketing, Assam.
So good evening to one and all. I welcome my august panel. I will begin with saying this. Whenever we hear about a farmers meeting or a farmers conclave or a farmers workshop, in most places you will see a large number of men and no women in the farmers meet. Am I correct? अगर एक मंच है और एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम है या उनका एक वर्कशॉप चल रहा है, आप गांव में भी देख सकते हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में और स्टेट लेवल में, इवन फार्मर प्रोटेस्ट होता है, we only see a lot of men. But I think this perspective needs to change, and there are a lot of women and men in this panel who are changing that perspective and bringing the gender transformative and gender responsive natural farming perspective. So I'm very happy to have with me Ms. Kavita Srinivasan from Makam. Makam stands for Mahila Kisan Adhikar Manch. So they work with various states in talking about the gender perspective in agriculture, the gender leadership in agriculture. When Kavita ji saw this title, she said that it should not be gender responsive, it should be gender transformative. So let's hear from her what it means about gender transformative agriculture. Kavita ji, can you please talk about it?
Thank you, ma'am. Usually we hear about gender blind, gender sensitive, gender responsive. Yes, gender sensitive and responsive are good because you consider a gender perspective in a project rationale, but used to inform implementation also, but not extend action. So when we speak about women farmers in agroecology, usually women are attributed to protect environment, they're within the household and within the community status. So what are we talking about? We're talking about, say that they give birth, that's why they're able to have a close, intimate relationship with environment, and they're the nurturers, and they're the proven conservators and management people. But when we say this is not enough in agroecology, so what are we talking about? We're talking about gender transformative agriculture. So basically what does it do? it also builds evidence, because I was talking to ma'am in the afternoon, and they say mostly when you talk about agroecology farming, it's a kind of a sectorial kind of hold. How do you move beyond it? So there is a builds evidence base to inform practical and structural changes based on differentiated experiences of women and men, especially in farming. So what do we need for that? Then we need drivers for change. So in Makam, along with NCNF, RRA, and in organizations and in the state governments, so there is a training of Netris. What do? The drivers of change people, they are the cohorts of building women farmers. Basically, there are single women, Dalit women, women farmers working in rain-fed areas. So you bring them together. So then we are kind of increasing their capacity through the Netris. They are the trainers. They talk about gender sensitization, and they talk about agroecology. They talk about leadership, and then move beyond it. So that is where the gender transformative approach comes into picture.
Thank you, Kavita ji. So I think NRLM is a wonderful platform where I think it is one of the largest women network in the world. I don't think anywhere in the world we have such a vast network of rural poor women. So this platform can be the platform you're talking about to bring in the gender transformative approach in natural farming. As you were talking about Netris, who are the women leaders, every SHG has a leader and a second leader. है ना? हमारे पास हर SHG में एक first leader है और second leader है. So imagine if we have 10 crore membership, that means around 1 crore SHGs, that means we have 2 crore women leaders. So if these 2 crore women leaders can be given the necessary capacity to understand natural farming, to understand agriculture, then there is a big transformation that is waiting to happen in the rural India. And I hope the gender transformative agriculture is the next hope for the entire country. Now I move on to Dr. Shabarmati, a Padma Shri awardee, very humble, and you wouldn't know from her appearance how knowledgeable she is. So, and ma'am can also speak Tamil. So when I started speaking Tamil, she started suddenly. I never seen a Odia person speak Tamil. It's very difficult. So she's a polyglot, she's a Gandhian, and Padma Shri awardee. So a great person to learn from. She told something in the lunchtime which stuck with me with regards to natural farming. She said, we will eat well and we will also serve well. But I think if you say it in Hindi, it's better. हम अच्छा खाएंगे और अच्छा खिलाएंगे भी. So that is only a mother and a person who nurtures can talk about. So ma'am, we are very interested in hearing from you. So please talk about women and natural farming, the behavioral change aspect, the seed bank aspect, and women as an internal market and not looking for external market. Because 10 crore women, we are 10 crore families ourselves. Whom else do we need to market our own products is something she talks about. So very eager to hear from you. Over to you, Dr. Shabarmati.
Yeah. Thank you so much. May I be permitted to stand up?
Yeah, please. Please, ma'am, please.
I would like to do that.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. You don't mind me?
No, of course not.
Yeah. Okay. Post-launch, it's a very difficult time, very challenging time for most of us to concentrate on very serious topics. So thanks to the organizers for inviting me here. I just want to make it a little bit interactive because we were talking about behavioral change and communication aspect. I was discussing with few of the friends, and they said that for 50, 60 years, people have been hearing that if you use chemicals, agrochemicals, if you use a lot of new technologies, new seeds, then only you can feed the hungry people. So when you want to swim against the current and telling something completely opposite, then how do you convince people? So that was a big challenge. The extension agents, the government officials, they are facing now. So can I ask you to shout a slogan? All of you agree? Yes. अच्छा खाएंगे, अच्छा खिलाएंगे. No, I'm not happy with this. इतने सारे लोग बैठे हैं और आवाज़ बिल्कुल यहाँ तक भी नहीं जाता है. अच्छा खाएंगे, अच्छा खिलाएंगे. Okay, fine, thanks. I won't take much time. Actually, the challenge starts from within, from ourselves, the people who are assigned to do this job, to convince the farmers to start natural farming. Because we have been listening something different for ages, from our childhood time. So new technologies only work. And this is a super new technology we are talking about. And people ask that, do you ask us to go back 1,000 years back? Do you want us to go back in the civilization? Things like that. Can we feed the hungry? So all these questions come to us, come to the people. It's very, very natural. So I ask few questions again. Please raise your hand who wishes to eat poison happily. Please raise your hand. Anybody here? No takers? Unless you want to do suicide? Anybody who wants to feed poisons to our own family members, to neighbors, to the consumers who with lot of faith take things from you by paying money. So we don't want that. If we don't want that, and if all of us want good food to eat, why should we feed poisonous food to others? So this is the basic question we start communicating with people. जहर नहीं खाएंगे, जहर नहीं खिलाएंगे. और जो खाने का जो responsibility है, ज़्यादा महिलाओं के ऊपर होता है. उगाने का सिर्फ नहीं है, खाना हमारे मुंह तक पहुंचाने का responsibility ज़्यादातर महिलाओं के ऊपर होता है. So please do not do natural farming at all. Do you agree? Please don't do unless you want your children, you want your family members, you want your friends to suffer from cancer, diabetes, paralysis, kidney failure, and then diseases like, say, hypertension, lot of other illnesses, heart attack, paralysis, like that. You can do a simple exercise with your community member when you start the exercise, communicating with them. Give the task, serial number, name of the family members, age, sex, and out of these 7 diseases, what they are suffering from. Diabetes, then hypertension, then gastritis, acidity, cancer, paralysis, heart attack, kidney failure, at least these 7, and maybe others are there. And it is not a question for us only, it is also a question for the unborn, the people who are not born yet. Our children, they are children. So the small kids, I say that if you want to talk about natural farming, don't go to a successful farmer. Go to a hospital which is filled with cancer patients. छोटे छोटे बच्चे, उन्होंने क्या गुनाह किया? हमने क्यों उनको जहर खिलाया? तो ये क्वेश्चन से माँ लोगों के साथ शुरू कीजिए so that we get an answer. So I'm getting late. Coming to the seed question, we have done a lot of experiments. Small thing, don't wait for anybody's project assistance to start your own seed saving activity. जैसे बच्चों को गोद लेते हैं, एक बीज को हम लोग गोद लेंगे. मान लीजिए 500 लोगों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, 100 फार्मर राजी हुए, महिला फार्मर राजी हुए, तो एक व्यक्ति, एक परिवार एक बीज को गोद लेंगे, देसी बीज को, तो आपके पास 100 वेराइटी हो जाएगा. ये धान हो सकता है, मिलेट हो सकता है, कोई वेजिटेबल फ्रूट्स कुछ भी हो सकता है, स्पाइसेस, tuber crops, whatever it may be that grows in your own area or the farmer takes interest in. So that's very easy thing to start with. Then we also start the very small, simple technique for seed banks. I call it 3 trunk seed banks. We don't need anybody's assistance. Please don't wait for government assistance. Just buy 3 trunks, summer trunk, rainy trunk and winter trunk. So 3 सीजन का जो बीज होता है अपना एरिया का थोड़ा थोड़ा करके उसको रख लीजिए डब्बा में, एक एक ट्रंक में जो सीजन का जो होता है उससे आप शुरू करिए और फिर बाद में उसको बढ़ाते जाइए. प्लीज़ डोंट वेट एनीबडी टू सप्लाई योर सीड्स, जस्ट स्टार्ट लुकिंग फॉर इट. पहले ज़माने में लोगों का, महिलाओं का ज़्यादातर ये जो पल्लू का जो ये हिस्सा होता था, ये सीड पैकेट होता था. कहीं भी जाते थे कुछ बीज लेके आ जाते थे, और अभी ये बंद हो गया, सब दुकान के पैकेट के ऊपर डिपेंड करते. सो स्टार्ट विद दिस अगेन. ए हैंडफुल ऑफ सीड्स विल बी एनफ टू प्लांट एंड एक्सटेंड योर local seed bank. And then seed festivals, food festivals, the revival, restoration of forgotten crops and foods, they are quite important aspects. Fortunately, our government, Odisha government, has taken up important and very interesting projects like unforgotten foods, things like that. And SOP is also developed on mainstreaming local languages. So these kind of things will come later. Only after the the farmers, the civil society organizations, they contribute immensely to the sector, they collaborate, and then those things can happen. And coming to the local market question,
Yes, the internal market.
Internal market, when we say that we always look for market outside, लेकिन हम खुद ही कंज्यूमर है, हम खुद कंज्यूमर है. गांव में भी लोग खरीदते, लोकल हाट से भी खरीदते. तो उनका हाट मंगलवार का होता है तो अपना हाट सोमवार को होना चाहिए, अपना गांव में होना चाहिए. आपके पास जो सरप्लस होता है वह पहले गांव में बिकना चाहिए, फिर जाके हाट से जो भी खरीदना चाहते हैं वो खरीद सकते हैं. तो मुझे आप बोलेंगे बिकने के लिए, कोई चीज़ बेचने के लिए, मान लीजिए गांव रोड के साइड में है, मेरा जो बैनर होगा उसमें लिखा रहना चाहिए फूकट में, फ्री में जहर खाना चाहते क्या, मेरा दुकान में मत आइए, हमारे दुकान में मत आइए. तो आप ऐसे कर सकते हैं. या तो मैसूर महिला जैविक कृषक समिति या संगठन प्रतिज्ञा करती है कि जहर नहीं खाएंगे, जहर नहीं खिलाएंगे. आपका बैनर में जब ये रहता है तब इंटरेस्ट होता है आने जाने लोगों का पूछने के लिए कि ये क्या लिखा है. देन यू कैन एजुकेट द कंज्यूमर्स एंड ऑल्सो यू कैन एजुकेट the producers themselves, because every time you say, look at the slogan, you shout the slogan, that gets written in your mind. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for waking up the crowd. So I will also say this. So what ma'am has talked about is about behavioral change, which is the core of SHG network and communication. So if we can start with that first, is her first advice to all of us, that we prepare them saying that zehar nahi khayenge, zehar nahi khilayenge, aur acha khayenge aur acha khilayenge. So I think this is a very nice slogan we have taken from her. And you would have seen all across the country, women act as seed conservators. So she is telling that seed bank के लिए इतना सोचने का नहीं है, seed bank करना है तो definitely there are possibilities. And Dr. Sabarmati herself has conserved 650 varieties of native seeds. So if she can do it herself, then all of us through our SHG network can start seed banks. I think in the morning there was a question, where will our inputs come from? Where will the seeds come from? Where will the natural, pesticides, if you don't have to use chemical pesticides, then where will the bio inputs come from? So I think she has given a start. So there's a lot to learn from Dr. Sabarmati. Now moving on to another Orissa lady, Pushpashri Nayak. She is SPM from SRLM of Orissa. So she has a lot of insights about how governments and both center and state can bring women farmers to the foreground. So आप बताइए, आप ओडिशा में कैसे महिला किसानों को फोरफ्रंट में आने के लिए क्या क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
Namaskar. Am I audible? Namaskar. यस एक्चुअली मैं तो उड़ीसा की ही हूँ, लेकिन हिंदी में थोड़ा ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल हूँ देन इंग्लिश, सो मैं हिंदी में बोल रही हूँ। जो मैडम साबरमती जी ने बोला कि 20 नहीं खाएंगे नहीं खिलाएंगे, मैं एक स्टूडेंट के हिसाब से उनके आश्रम में ट्रेनिंग लेने का मेरे को भी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला था नेचुरल फार्मिंग के ऊपर, और वो वहाँ मैं भी काफ़ी इंस्पायर हुई हूँ। वो हमारे SRLM के ज़रिए मेरे को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला था कि मैं मैडम की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जाके हमको ट्रेनिंग लेने का चांस मिला था। एक्चुअली उड़ीसा में महिला SHG के लिए एक डिपार्टमेंट स्पेशली बना गया है जो मिशन शक्ति डिपार्टमेंट के नाम पे जाना जाता है। स्पेशली महिलाओं को लेके ही वो डिपार्टमेंट है। तो SHG लोगों से जो महिला SHG के मेंबर्स को कम्युनिटी सपोर्ट स्टाफ के हिसाब से चुना गया है, जैसे कि CRP हो, कृषि मित्र बोलते हैं हमारे वहाँ, कृषि मित्र, प्राणी मित्र, वो सब महिला SHG समूह से ही होते हैं। उनको नेचुरल फार्मिंग के ऊपर कई सारा ट्रेनिंग सब दिए जा रहे हैं और वो ट्रेनिंग इम्पार्ट कर रहे हैं डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट, जैसे कि कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र हो, हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट, एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट, हमारा वेटनरी, जितने भी लाइन डिपार्टमेंट है, फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट है, ये सब डिपार्टमेंट इन महिलाओं को जो CRP हो, कृषि मित्र हो, प्राणी मित्र हो, उन लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं नेचुरल फार्मिंग के ऊपर। और वो लोग जाके महिला समूह के जो माँ हैं उनको बताते हैं कि हम कैसे करेंगे। एक छोटा सा इंटरवेंशन है, मो उपकारी बगीचा बोलते हैं, जिसको हम उड़ीसा में, वो एक 3-4 डिसमिल जगह में बनता है। वहाँ एक छोटा सा प्रोजेक्ट, वो साइंटिफिकली डिजाइन है, तो उसमें 13 से 17 प्रकार का डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ सीड को हम उगा सकते हैं एक स्थान में। किसी का रूट कितना दूर जाता है उसके हिसाब से वेराइटी ऑफ क्या बोलते हैं, ग्रीन्स और वेजिटेबल्स, और कुछ क्रीपर्स भी हैं, उसको साइड में लगाते हैं। और एक क बोलते हैं, अमृत भंडा, से अमृत भंडा मीन्स पपाया, से सजना मीन्स ड्रमस्टिक, और क से कदड़ी मीन्स बनाना, और ले से लेमन, लेम्बू बोलते हैं हम उड़ीसा में, लेमन, ले चाष बोलते हैं। वो हर कोई कर सकता है जितना कम भी जगह है। तो अगर किसी के बगीचा में ले है मीन्स न्यूट्रिशनल सिक्योरिटी थोड़ा बहुत रहेगा। और एक त्रिरंगा फूड बोलते हैं हम, त्रिरंगा फूड हमारा त्रिरंगा झंडा को याद करके, जैसे कि वो सैफरन कलर में हम डिफरेंट फ्रूट्स, पल्सेस, इसका वो जो प्रोटीन रिच या विटामिन रिच फूड को रखे हैं। जैसे वाइट कलर में हम जितने कार्बोहाइड्रेट रिच, जैसे कि राइस है, ये सब जो कार्बोहाइड्रेट रिच फूड को रखे हैं, मिलेट्स वगैरह। और बाकी रहा जो ग्रीन वेजिटेबल्स, लीफी वेजिटेबल्स वगैरह, वो ग्रीन में है। तो हम माँ लोगों को, जो SHG के महिलाओं को समझाते हैं कि जैसे मैडम जी बोले कि 20 नहीं खाएंगे नहीं खिलाएंगे। हर एक माँ का एक इमोशन टच होता है खाने के साथ। तो अगर उसकी दिमाग में बैठ गया कि मैं जहर नहीं खिलाऊंगी, तो ये क्या होता है, दिल से वो इंटरेस्ट लेती है कि मैं ऐसा एक बगीचा बनाऊंगी, कम से कम मेरे परिवार वालों को जहर खाना नहीं पड़ेगा। तो वो उपकारी बगीचा एक शुरुआत है और खेती है। धीरे धीरे एक फार्मर एक साथ इतना रिस्क नहीं उठा सकता कि हर एक लैंड को वो नेचुरल फार्मिंग एडॉप्ट कर सके, क्योंकि उसका घर का रोजी रोटी उससे ही चलता है। लेकिन वो छोटा छोटा फार्म, छोटा छोटा एरिया ले सकता है। तो हम पहले उनको छोटे छोटे पैच में नेचुरल फार्मिंग प्रैक्टिस करवाते हैं थ्रू आवर SHG मेंबर्स। तो उसमें क्या हुआ, जेंडर पर्सपेक्टिव जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, महिलाओं का भागीदारी जहां आ जाता है। महिलाएं पहले तो अपने आप को चासी मानते नहीं थे, फार्मर मानते नहीं थे, क्योंकि उनको नहीं लगता कि वो बीज का संरक्षण करना, बीज को उगाना, गाय का प्रयत्न करना, ये सब काम जैसा उनको लगता नहीं है। वो डेली वे ऑफ लाइफ बन गया है। तो हम उनको याद दिलाते हैं कि आप फार्मिंग का मैक्सिमम काम आप लोग करते हो, आप बहुत ही डिग्निफाइड फार्मर्स हो। तो महिला वो फील करती है कि मैं डिग्निफाइड फार्मर हूँ, मैं परिवार को खिलाती हूँ, मैं त्रिरंगा फूड मीन्स न्यूट्रिशियस फूड खिलाती हूँ। तो ये सब रियलाइजेशन आने के बाद वो हम BRC सेंटर जो है ना, बायो रिसोर्स सेंटर, हमारे महिलाएं करती हैं। अब वहाँ वो जीवामृत बीजामृत वगैरह वो सब वो खुद करते हैं, वो अपने खेती में यूज करते हैं, दूसरों को सप्लाई भी देते हैं, उनको इनकम भी आता है। डिफरेंट मेला होता है हमारे वहाँ, वहाँ उनको बेचने के लिए भी हम जगह देते हैं। तो ऐसे हमारे एक एक महासंघ में लगभग 100 SHG है। 100 SHG मीन्स 1000 फैमिली हो गया। तो वो लोग खुद कंज्यूमर हैं, तो वो लोग इनसे खरीदते हैं, तो ऐसे उनको बाजार भी मिलता है। तो हम कोशिश जारी किए हैं। तो जेंडर पर्सपेक्टिव में महिलाओं का भागीदारी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Very nice perspective. She also talked to me about how in Orissa the subsidy goes to the women farmers. So thereby at least in terms of registration of land and in terms of applications, the women are applying more so that they get the 50% subsidy. So this is a policy perspective which we can think about. And moving on, I think I will go to SPM Assam, Drupajyoti Gogoi ji. Can you talk about the SRLM perspective in natural farming? So we all, most of the participants are from SRLMs. So what is Assam doing in terms of promoting natural farming in your SRLM?
Thank you, ma'am. SRLM or NRLM is mainly for women empowerment. So in Assam, right now we have 1.22 lakhs, 1,22,000 women, Mahila Kishans who are involved in organic cultivation.
I think you have to repeat it because people are not realizing the impact. 1.22 lakh SHG Mahila women farmers into organic farming. That is a great achievement by Assam.
And almost by 2,200 local groups are there. They are producing, they are into 36,000 hectares of lands, acres of lands are covered under organic farming. And also, we have 37 lakhs ANC, agri-nutrient gardens at home, which are organically or naturally farmed. Why I'm mentioning this figure? Because in 1966, we had a woman prime minister of the country. Right now, we have a woman president of India, but everybody will take at least 2 minutes time to remember one woman farmer in this country. Nobody can recollect a name for woman farmer, which is a challenge for us. And I am proud to share with you that I have 22 millionaires DD, out of which 14 are from farm sector. So they are doing fishery, or they are not natural farmer, organic farmer, but they are from farm sector. So that's how it is changing. We are establishing seed banks. Right now we have one, but we are replicating it because indigenous or heirloom varieties preservation, which we call seed sovereignty, is one of the major challenges right now. And women can only keep it maintained, because indigenous seeds are very close to the women of the family. And also, second thing, we have 550 integrated farming clusters covering almost 1 lakh people, women farmers, who have integrated livestock with natural farming. As we know, for natural farming or organic farming, the livestock is a key thing, and we are proud that all cows are indigenous Lakshmi cows, all guys. So yeah, Hindi and English ka mix ho jane se wo ho jata hai.
That's okay, that's okay. Go ahead.
So
go ahead.
all cows are Lakshmi cows, which is indigenous cow. So now people are realizing, and what is the main objective or achievement is that the repository of knowledge is the women, and they will percolate it to the next generation. We are talking about regenerative agriculture, regenerative things. If we don't have repository of knowledge with us, then who will regenerate those things? Our soils are not coming to, our young children are not coming to agriculture. They are always dreaming about engineering, IITians, technicians, but how many of them are going back to agriculture? Only parents, especially the mother, can treat them how to go back.
So, Mr. Gogoi, can you please talk about, you have talked about your achievements, can you talk about the journey? Like, how did you achieve it? Like, be it 1.22 lakh organic farm, or you talked about seed banks, you talked about IFC. So, how did you make that happen?
Yes, ma'am. So we started in 2018-19 when NRETP was launched. So we had an opportunity to introduce organic. That time we were very new, and we are learning through trial and error basis. That time we covered only 20 blocks with 20,000 people. Then we had lots of learning from that. Then we expanded it to another 70 blocks. Then gradually we covered all 219 blocks there. And the best thing was that during NRETP we had a TSA. From them we took the knowledge, we learned, we trained our officials, we trained our cadres. Now we are not taking any TSA. We are doing it ourselves. Obviously we are not perfect, but we are learning. So we are trying from our own. We have RCs, regional councils, to certify the things, but the training, monitoring and marketing things are done by us. And simultaneously we have seen for the marketing also. Right now we have 357 organic, small organic stalls at block level, which has given a revenue of 5.71 crore in last 3 years. Because what we thought, training the farmers is not enough. We should train the customers also. Why, as ma'am said, they should also realize why we should take natural farming, organic products, why we should eat. That awareness is also required. So that is also simultaneously happening. Then for seed bank, what happened? Same challenge for inputs. We have to search for things. We search for solutions. GIZ came into the scene. We came to Dharwar. There was a seed bank. We saw their experience there. And we started it in Karbi Anglong because that was mostly unaffected by chemical things. So we started there. Now it is picking up. So we are having now 59 FPOs. We are thinking that we will having one seed bank at least one in each FPOs. So that's how it is gradually moving, ma'am.
Fine. Thank you, Mr. Gogoi. I think the NMMU team can also think of this. So apart from bio-input resource centers, seed banks is another concept which can come up in the natural farming annual action plan, so that this can be very useful for the SRLMs. So thank you, Mr. Gogoi. I think it is a 6-year-long effort which has made you achieve this. So hearty congratulations to you and your team. I hope that we can all learn from you. So lastly, sir, I would like to go to the Vice Chancellor of Mandya Agriculture University, Dr. K. Harini Kumar. Sir, from the morning we have been hearing that the universities are training agriculture scientists to only talk about the chemical-based or not so much focused on natural farming. That is one issue. The second issue is agriculture extension work usually is done by agriculture extension officers who in the historically have been mostly male. So are you seeing a different trend in your university, and what is the future for gender perspective in agriculture universities and in natural farming?
Okay, thank you, madam. Good afternoon, namaste, ellarigu namaskara. Welcome to Bangalore, and nice climate. I hope you are enjoying the climate on Bangalore. Actually, the first question is, what about the gender ratio in agriculture education? Look at 1980. I was an actual student that time. there is only 10% of females, and remaining 90 is the male. In 1990, 20% is the female students. Probably some of the students already, in 2000, it is 40% of female students. At present, 2010 onwards, it is 65% is the female student. It's really increasing drastically every year, 2 to 3% is increasing. That is regarding agricultural education. So if you come to the technology and understanding, gold medals and merit-wise and other thing also, it is increasing. So that means education system in agriculture, more females are entering in that. No doubt in future, there is a lot of prosperous in extension activities and training program. If you come to the employment, earlier very few female candidates are there in agriculture department, extension activities. Today it is reaching more than 40%. So because of more graduate, more competition, and also they are in the different fields also. So not only in agriculture, they are in the banking sectors, because they read well, they will not deviate like male. So that's why they're getting most of the jobs. Now recently recruited assistant professor, more than 70% is female candidate, only 30 is the male candidate.
Very happy to know that.
Yes, madam. So this is a trend that is going on. And sometimes people used to tell that University of Agriculture, Women Agriculture University.
Okay.
The time will come to Bangalore also, or other universities. Like that, the population is increasing.
Sir, but there is also one perspective. You know, all the men will be sent to engineering and medical colleges, and the girls will be asked to go to agriculture colleges. But I hope the day will come that all of them, both men and women, prefer agriculture and want to be in that sector.
Exactly, madam. I want to tell you the real story.
Yeah.
Now, the agriculture sector is very limited, and the course framework is so nice that they are learning more than 60 courses. Entire knowledge is start from a soil, climate, engineering, every course is there in agriculture. That's why more than 60 courses are there. I think 2 of the graduates here only. That's the reason why, and they'll get a lot of job opportunities. I'm looking at my batch. My medical classmate during PUC, I think we were separated after PUC, medical, engineering, and agriculture. But agriculture have a lot of prosperous come to that. After the medical, sometime very poor student not able to pursue medical, they will come to agriculture. Then last they're going to engineering. Today, there's more than 3 lakhs application in Karnataka for the UG program. Out of that, you have only 10,000 seats. 2 lakhs out of 10,000. So there is a lot of demand in agriculture, no doing that. So they come to the regarding knowledge and other exchange idea, they are really pursued very nicely. The knowledge and technology acceptation is very high in females compared to the males.
Sir, how can the university help us, like SRLMs, to take forward the natural farming challenges?
Yeah. So I will come back to that. Actually, university has developed a package of practice such a way that it is sustainable. I made one study in my district about how the farmers applying the fertilizer, particularly NPK and organic farming. I took 100 farmers on different places. Out of 100 farmers, can you imagine only one farmer from a taluk called Kyarpete applied 50% of recommended organic fertilizer. Remaining farmers applied 300-fold, 400, 500-fold of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. Actually, the technology, you are given sustainable things, but because of the growth and other things, they have applied more on that. That's the one point. Second, regarding natural farming is my experience. I also visited Japan as a visiting professor for so many years, Israel and Japan and other countries. But the question is natural farming, that time, the food security.
Yes,
the productivity is the main constraints, madam. But my suggestion is, let them go for organic farming and then can shift to the natural farming. Slowly they have to shift to that. In that, Fukuoka, I think you know Japan scientist who started natural farming long back, but he's got a profit from the citrus, not from the rice. The rice took 12 years to get a economic yield. Till that is getting very low for 10 years. If you give that technology to farmers, I think will not accept it. That's why you have to slowly shifting to organic farming, from organic farm to natural farming. Next, come to the equal access of the resources between men and women. The first point is land. Only less than 10% women having the land RTC in their name. So at least my suggestion in future, this is government already make the law equal property right in Karnataka. But at least make them as a joint account. One of the farmers, I think he's age of 60 or 70, he was in sick, he want to, I think you know that he's going to death and sometime. So what he did, he made the will, making his land in the name of daughter-in-law, son, and also granddaughter. So I think something if done on that way, they will get a equal property, and I think Second, in a credit-wise, the females are getting very good credit nowadays because of the lot of government programs. It is not the issue.
Not of lot of government programs, sir. Mainly our program.
Your program. It is
the
including
SHG
your
bank linkage program is the main program which gives loans to women. And in a very large extent.
Large extent. Anyway, they are getting good amount of money compared to men. Because I'm telling what is my experience in village level. I'm staying in the village.
Yes.
That's why I know all the village condition. The next is the training progress. Nowadays, earlier we have very less women as participating in the training in KVK and the university. Now more than 60 to 70%. Every week in our university we have a training program. I used to go and address because I love farming. I used to address the training program. During that time, I observed that lot of women are very active.
So, sir, can I suggest this? The previous panel had a speaker, I think KFW representative. She was talking about the Andhra experience where there was a farmer scientist course. So it means that it was a course for farmers by an institute. So can the universities think of such courses for women farmers so that our SHG women can go and take a course there on natural farming, thereby get certified, and then they can definitely improve their knowledge.
Yeah, it is going on, madam. Already in our university is going on.
So if Mandya
HSC groups
Agriculture University can start this, it will be the great first start.
Yeah. It is going on. Already last week, I inaugurated one natural farming training program for women.
Yes.
Exclusively.
So for SHG especially, sir, then we can, this is a policy idea from what sir has talked about and what Andhra is doing. If they can be such courses in universities and KVKs, then it will help our Didis gain the practical knowledge and perspective for natural farming as well. That's something we can do.
The next is empowerment and capacity building. There is really need of the hour. You have to empower. Women empowerment is very important. The capacity building is very important. The skill training. For example, in natural farming, there's a lot of herbal product which can control disease and pest management. It is a very age-old practice. For example, my grandmother used to use neem leaf and also lime powder to preserve the seeds for a long time. Like that, there is a lot of, similarly, for the pest control also, there are some plants, herbal plants, which can control the pest. So that is, we need to train them for natural farming, which is available locally. You have to make and list out which are the products. It is already available in some scientific, and maybe you can use some grant for research to find out which are the molecules in the plant molecules or phytochemicals, you can say, so it can control pest and diseases. If identify naturally, that will help for the natural farm.
Sir, due to paucity of time, I'll stop you with this.
Okay, thank you.
But sir, from my side, a suggestion from what you were saying, most of natural farming is from the knowledge perspective. The knowledge is traditionally passed, and it is not scientifically documented in many places except in a few places. So if the agriculture universities can come forward and have these well-tested bio inputs and which can be replicated, that will be a great useful tool for us in our hands. Because in the name of Jivamrutam and Brahmastram, many people have many concoctions. Yes. But if it can be standardized by agriculture universities, then it can be a very good input tool for us in the bio input resource centers.
Sure, madam.
So that is something that all the agriculture scientists and the universities here can think about.
Sure, you'll take up, madam.
Yeah,
This is going on actually. Recently, we conducted the trial on conventional cultivation, organic farming, and natural farming.
So standardizing bio inputs is something that natural farming needs and need of the hour. So can we think about that? I think we've had a good discussion so far. We'll end with an input from Kavita Srinivasan Garu, because she was very, very brief in the beginning, while all others got some time to talk. So please talk about, actually whenever we see women in agriculture, you will see them de-weeding, you will see them sowing. If you see any rice field, it's never the men who sow the rice seeds. It's actually the women who bow down and break their backs and involve in a lot of activities, but it's never seen outside or never valued. So what about the labor in natural farming? Because natural farming involves a lot of labor-intensive practice, and women actually do a lot of that. So what is your perspective from Makam?
One is, as I said, gender transformative approach. Second is about eco-feminist approach on farming. So when we speak about that, mainstream farming usually, we get to hear from many years is about farmer suicides and not recognizing women farmers, as you were saying. But Karnataka government is little better in this, because there is a system called FRUITS, Farmer Registration Unified Beneficiary Information System. So wherein, according to Government of India, 2007 farmer policy, where farmers who don't have land, like they're doing fisheries, animal husbandry, forest, collecting non-timber products,
Also
all those people are recognized as farmers, and the registry is made in the fruit software. So you can see the much more number of women farmers, at least database-wise, in Karnataka compared to other states. Having said that, I want to say that, all people were speaking of, women doing the work of care, nurturing, and collaboration. Collaboration is one work which women do it very well. So in agricultural approach, when I speak of eco-feminist approach, so the collaboration, when they do about it, they are talking of regenerative agriculture. So regenerative agriculture, because as ma'am was saying, caring oneself, acha khao, and then nurturing the natural resource, acha khilao, and then also to do that. So in doing all these things, what is there, important aspect is about women labor. So women labor especially on natural farming, the entire burden once again falls on the shoulders of the women. APCNF study very clearly, comes up also, because they've studied on yield, they've studied on the impact on the agriculture, ecology and stuff. Along with that, one important aspect they did study about is the human labor difference between chemical farming and natural farming. In this, you see that there is more person days which is attributed, and that too it is taken care by the women. So when we say of women laborers, we as Makam, we say that there has to be recognition of women labor in farming, and there has to be a valuation to it. The labor which is their valuation, and the third is remunerative them accordingly. The carbon credit language, the restoration, whatever we're speaking of it, or the bio inputs, the seed conservationism, the agroecology approach, all those things has to be remunerative to the women labor. So we speak of eco-feminist approach and the women labor in terms of recognition, valuation, and remuneration. Thank you.
Thank you. So that is a very good note to end with, I think. So we've had a very good learning from all the panelists. Gender transformative approach, and Shabarmati madam, I think, had really hit the nail with Acha Khayenge, Acha Khilayenge. And she talked about seed banks, which can be a policy input for natural farming in NRLM. Then she also talked about internal network. See, we 10 crore women ourselves being the marketing network for natural farming products. Then we also heard from Pushpashri Nayak, who talked about how Orissa is transforming the perspective in through Mission Shakti in natural farming. And Mr. Gogoi gave a suggestion of organic stalls in villages and Mahila Hearts for organic products. And we moved on to VC sir, who also gave a heartening statistics that more and more women are into extension activity. So we gave 2 policy suggestions to sir that can we have universities having courses for our women farmers, especially our SHG women farmers on natural farming, and standardizing bio inputs, because it can't be any concoctions that we can think of. It should be scientific. If there is a specific pest, a specific bio input should be used, and for a specific deficiency in the soil in NPK and minerals, then it has to be a specific bio input that needs to be given. So if there can be standardization of sub inputs, then our bio input resource centers also will be very profitable. So thank you all for such a wonderful discussion and thought-provoking ideas. Thank you very much for the audience as well. Thank you.
So thank you, Divya. As always, I can now hear the murmur, which shows that there's a little bit of unrest at the back. So before we finally wind up with a small thing in between, I must thank you. And a big round of applause for Divya. She's our own. So it's always good to have Divya leading the show, because Divya is there, or maybe if Snehal or any one of our MDs who look into this and actually are moderators, they very, very strongly bring out the SRLM perspective. And that is something we were looking forward to in the next sessions. We are actually addressing by trying to have SRLMs being represented, so that आप लोगों को पता हो कि क्या-क्या मुश्किलें आती हैं, उनको कैसे रिजॉल्व करना है, और हम सबको क्रॉस लर्निंग्स एक दूसरे के साथ कैसे करनी है. So thank you again for Madam you and Ma'am, your kind presence. अच्छा खाएंगे, अच्छा खिलाएंगे was a very, very good kind of a slogan. I think this is something that all of us must carry home. और हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा आप सबसे मिलकर. साबरमती मैम, आपको तो नाम ही इतना अच्छा है कि all of us get a lot inspired from that. आपने बहुत अच्छा ओडिशा का एग्जाम्पल दिया. That really helps us a lot, क्योंकि हमें वो एक पर्सपेक्टिव मिला जहाँ पर ग्राउंड में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में क्या हो रहा है. ध्रुवा, आपसे और आपसे दोनों से जाकर मिलाइए. With Professor Saab, the good thing with Dr. VC Saab, I'll say that, with the Professor Vice Chancellor, it was good to hear the kind of thing. But in सब के बावजूद मैं आप सबका 1 मिनट के लिए attention लेना चाहूँगी. I know you are getting a little tired. It's a long day. Please, 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 can I have attention here? All of you standing. Excuse me. On the right side. 3 o'clock, right. So एक बस request ये है. However much we are talking about farming and how should we work on that, there is no doubt about that the output from that is low as compared to how we do with the non-farm side. So जितना हम farm side पर और natural farming पर discuss कर रहे हैं, मैं चाहूँगी कि कल का दिन जब हम devote करेंगे तो हमारी teams ऐसे ग्रुप्स में ना बैठें जैसे अभी बैठी हैं, यानी आप अपने स्टेट्स के हिसाब से ना बैठें और स्टेट्स को आपस में इंटरचेंज करें, मिक्स एंड मैच करिए. लद्दाख वाले को ज़रूर कर्नाटका के साथ बिठाएं, कर्नाटका झारखंड के साथ बैठे, झारखंड हरियाणा के साथ, उस तरह से एक ब्रेकअप करिए. आई रिक्वेस्ट नेहल टू डू दैट. आइडिया ये है कि नेचुरल फार्मिंग और इन सब के जब हमें पता है, बहुत सारी महिलाएँ हैं, दीदियाँ हैं जो इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, लेकिन हमें ये भी पता है कि उसके चैलेंजेस भी उतने ही ज़्यादा हैं. तो आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि कल के सेशन में ये ज़रूर ध्यान रखें कि आज जो डिस्कशन हो रहा है और कल का कुछ हो रहा है, उसमें हम प्रैक्टिकल अपने आउटपुट्स क्या इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, इस कॉन्क्लेव से लेके जा सकते हैं. हमें दीदियों के लिए फार्म नॉन फार्म साइड पर जैसे हम प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं, उसमें नेचुरल फार्मिंग के लिए व्हाट आर द की टेक अवेज, दैट आई रिक्वेस्ट Dr. Rajeshwari and Snehal to work on that along with you. So thank you so much. A huge round of applause for this very, very nice setup here.
Thank you, ma'am. For the facilitation of the panelist and moderator, I would like to invite Snehal ma'am and Swati ma'am on the dais. Ma'am, so to Padma Shri Dr. Sabarmati's Ms. Divya Devarajan ma'am, SMD Telangana. Thank you, ma'am. Padma Shri Dr. Sabarmati Sambhav Organization, Odisha. Thank you, ma'am, for the inspirational quotation. अच्छा खाएंगे, अच्छा खिलाएंगे. जहर नहीं खाएंगे, जहर नहीं खिलाएंगे. Thank you very much. Dr. K. M. Harini Kumar, Vice Chancellor, University of Agriculture Sciences, Mandya, Karnataka. Thank you very much, sir, for providing us a better opportunity and perspective around the gender transformative regenerative agriculture. Dr. Pushpashri Nayak, DPM, OLM. Shri Dhruva Jyoti Gogoi, SPM, Livelihood Marketing, Assam. Shri Miss Kavita Srinivasan, representative from Makam. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all the panelists and moderator. So now for the next session, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Bibhu Santosh Behra, for the next session on MOOCs. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Esteemed Joint Secretary, ma'am, esteemed Director, ma'am, and esteemed delegates on the dais and of the dais, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, US Mandya. And this session comprises of a massive online open course on natural farming, which is very crucial. And we have planned accordingly so that everyone can learn, because without learning we can't move forward. So knowledge is the weapon. सा विद्या या विमुक्त है. जिस विद्या जो हमको मुक्ति की मार्ग दिखाए, इस विद्या के लिए हम सोच रहे हैं. ये नेचुरल फार्मिंग में बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हैं हम मिनिस्ट्री लेवल में. राजेश्वरी मैम, स्वाति मैम and my team, entire team has done their best to prepare the massive open course. Then our we have three important presentations, because we have important partners like Manage, National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management, based at Hyderabad, which is under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, and I am an alumnus of Manage Hyderabad also. And the speakers are Dr. N. Bal Subramani sir, who is an alumnus of US Bangalore and TNU Coimbatore, having 20 years experience. And second speaker is Miss Monisha Mukherjee, Integrator Pradhan, and having 25-year grassroots level experience. And third speaker is Srijukta Bapi Goraiji, who is having experience from Andhra Pradesh as well as Jharkhand with the SAG women. So I am requesting Miss Monisha Mukherjee kindly have your presentation, and after that Dr. N. Bal Subramani sir will present. Please come to the dais.
Hello, Behra ji. Is it audible?
Good afternoon, or maybe it's more specific to say good evening. So thank you very much to all who are here for the patience. I think we have started very early in the morning, and I see still the house is significantly kind of full with like participants and all of you are with, I think, significant amount of, attention to the kind of topic being discussed here. Really moved by the kind of discussion we had right from the morning. And just without taking much time, I understand this is almost the end session, not almost, it is the end of the day. All this session will declare, the conclusion of this session will declare the day's end. So keeping that in view, I'll straight go to the kind of purpose for which I am here. So I am here to talk about a very small initiative, yet very significant to my knowledge, towards taking the idea of natural farming till the first mile. So basically, this massive online open course, which I am going to talk about today here, it's a joint venture of DNRLM, Ministry of Rural Development, and Pradhan. So the name itself, like massive online open course, it's not a very new thing. Even in academia, you will come across that. But also you will come across the same thing in practitioners field. But the meaning of the MOOC in academia is not same as that of what we understand in practitioners field. So from a practitioners field, the term massive, it actually talks about its massiveness in terms of CLF women adopting the concept at scale through those Krishi Shakhis who will be trained through this MOOC program. So the term massive here is understood from that angle. Online, it means it will be carried out remotely, which itself brings in two aspects. It brings in one aspect of challenge, the technical acquaintance of the Krishi Shakhis to understand why it is about and what all she needs to learn to actually efficiently run it at the first mile. Also, it brings in an opportunity, like once our Krishi Shakhis are acquainted with that required technical skill, it is available to her 24/7. It means it actually diminishes the threats of manual availability of trainer. Because the need in the field is, there is a huge need of capacity building for the community resource person, as well as the institution leaders, as well as the cutting edge staff. But there is dearth of trainers who will run the training program efficiently 24/7. If a trainer at the end of the day go to field and he or she is in a kind of problem, to answer to her queries, there is no mechanism to answer how she can go forward. So this is one. Open, so it includes a wider segment. There is like inbuilt inclusiveness to the approach, and it is a course. So from practitioners' perspective, it is not a single module, rather it is a course, means series of modules which probably will help to understand the concept end to end. Often we just try to understand, okay, marketing. Without understanding, I think our previous panelist was saying that it's pre-production, production, post-production. Without understanding the entirety, if I learn only one module, I only get that perspective in silos. So when it is a course, it means it brings into the table the entire concept end to end. So this is a course. So as a practitioner, the term MOOC, that is massive online open course, means to me like this. So our journey with, like when I say our, it is the DNRLM and Pradhan. It started with a felt need of, there is a huge need of capacity building related to perspective and technical know-how for the cutting edge staff as well as the Krishi Shakhis. But then the problem statement is the dearth of manual trainers who will be with them as per their need timely. So that is the problem statement. Now I would request quickly run through few of the slides. So basically, no. Okay, so the initiative started with few background thoughts, like as in the morning session, like we were hearing, there are many terms which were interchangeably used, like community managed sustainable agriculture, organic farming, bioinputs, resource center, different terminologies very close to the concept of natural farming. But then what is exactly natural farming? It was, very few will be able to answer that. One day when I was in a village, I asked a Didi, if you cultivate sugarcane, अगर आप गन्ने का खेती जैविक डाल के करोगे, क्या वो प्राकृतिक खेती होगा? तो दीदी बहुत समय सोच के बोली शायद वो प्राकृतिक खेती वो नहीं होगा, क्योंकि इट्स जस्ट नॉट जैविक डालना, इट इज अबाउट ए पर्सपेक्टिव कि गन्ने का खेती इटसेल्फ हार्म्स द ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लीशन. सो अगर हम एक नेचुरल रिसोर्स को हार्म करके हम जैविक डाल भी दे, तो गन्ने का खेती हम अगर जैविक डाल के कर दे तो प्राकृतिक खेती नहीं होगा. तो विथ ऑल दिस जगलिंग क्वेश्चंस इन माइंड एंड कनेक्टिंग द डॉट्स and presenting the entire diagram, we actually thought a conceptualization of the entire curriculum would be required. Secondly, we felt that for a concept like natural farming, we need to approach it with a very different method than classroom training and exposure. So that was another background thought. And also, like some certification as an encouragement to the Krishi Shakhis, as well as it will be a testimony for completion of the curriculum. Because in the online mode, it often, it happens very frequently that, in between people leaves and they do not complete the cycle. So the certification itself is just not a means for encouraging someone. हाँ, तो सर्टिफिकेट जो लास्ट को दिया जाएगा, पहले तो है कनेक्टिंग द डॉट्स कि ये जो कम्युनिटी मैनेज सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर हम बोल रहे हैं, कभी ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग बोल रहे हैं, कभी बायो इनपुट रिसोर्स सेंटर बोल रहे हैं, बट सब कुछ को जोड़ के नेचुरल फार्मिंग हम किसको बोल रहे हैं, वो कैसे करके एक करिकुलम इटसेल्फ हमारे फर्स्ट माइल में जो दीदियाँ हैं उसको बताएंगे. सो वो एक बैकग्राउंड थॉट था. दूसरा था एक सिस्टमेटिक अप्रोच, ताकि एंड टू एंड वे में लोग इसको समझ पाए. तीसरा था कि एक रेगुलर क्लासरूम में हम जो ट्रेनिंग देते हैं उसको उससे हटके हम कुछ करें. एंड फोर्थ है कि एक एनकरेजमेंट टुवर्ड्स कंप्लीशन, बिकॉज आज के दिन में जो लार्ज पूल ऑफ कृषि सखीस हमारे ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं, मोस्ट ऑफ देम बीच में छोड़ के उनको जाना पड़ता है. आई विल नॉट से कि वो चले जाते हैं, बहुत सारे रीजंस के वजह से उनको जाना पड़ता है. सो दीज आर मेजर कंसिडरेशंस बिफोर स्टार्टिंग द कोर्स. So basically, this carried three different distinct objectives. One is to building a vibrant pool of Krishi Shakhis and cutting edge staff. Second is basically हमारे कृषि सखी and cutting edge में हमारे जो colleagues हैं वो कैसे करके सीखेंगे. Second था कि खाली वो सीखने के बाद ही नहीं होगा, उनका रियल टेस्टिमनी होगा, कुछ ग्रोथ क्लस्टर्स क्रिएट होगा. हम सुबह से सुन रहे हैं शायद नेचुरल फार्मिंग एडिक्वेट नहीं है कि एक सिग्निफिकेंट इनकम टू द हैंड ऑफ द वुमेन देने के लिए. रिफ्यूटिंग दैट, डिस्प्रूविंग दैट, वी हैव सीन इम्पॉर्टेंट मॉडल्स जो एक्चुअली वुमेन को जितना कमा रहे थे उससे ज़्यादा कमाने के लिए भी हेल्प करते हैं. सो क्रिएशन ऑफ सच ग्रोथ क्लस्टर्स विल बी ए बाई प्रोडक्ट ऑफ creating vibrant pool of Krishi Shakhis, and that's our adoption of this concept at scale. And third is basically creating within SRLM system, within the RLM system, creating a permanent system of training where every beginners mean those that staff who will be at the cutting edge as well as the Krishi Shakhis, whenever anybody would like to learn about this, they can actually enroll, take the course and get the certificate. So these are three distinct objectives of this MOOC. So basically, before taking it as a call, because it was a big call for both DNRLM and Pradhan, we thought it needs to be piloted well, it needs to be tested well, whether it is at all working or not. So to do that, हम लोगों ने पहले जो किए कि 500 कृषि सखी के साथ in 5 states we piloted. We piloted it in a little blended mode. We ran it as an online course. We completed entire 12 modules of the curriculum. We took feedback from them, and it was found to be effective. Many people reported that it helped them. And then after the call of, disseminating it through Learning Academy of kind of MOOC kind of approach was actually taken. So just to briefly tell about the massive online open course on natural farming, this is a 30-hour curriculum. 30-hour curriculum distributed in 12 modules. Each module has a pre-test and post-test component. The passing grade, it is again mutually based upon all these experiences, like at least 60% in each module. And it's like each state ensure registration of respective Krishi Sakhis with one admin referral code to make the process simplified. And the basically rest of the process, it is basically led by the state themselves. The coverage of the curriculum actually captures 4 of the aspects of curriculum, basically perspective, then science and technology, package of practices, and also effective models. As I said that natural farming not necessarily always lead to loss of farmers. Given a chance, if everything is ensured timely, it can also lead to help one farmer to become lakpati. So actually the curriculum has modules covering all these 4 aspects. These are the modules, like if one enroll in the curriculum, like basically it starts with basic like perspective building on natural farming, understanding soil, understanding seed, plant nutrition, integrated natural resource management, understanding plant health, then natural pest and disease management, natural farming interventions, natural farming intervention, application of bioinputs, landscape-based regenerative agriculture model, understanding bioinput resource center, its business plan, everything. And finally, it ends with a learning consolidation. And once this 30 hours curriculum is entirely completed, then the certification, automatically one can get that certification, but that will be a certification only for completion of the curriculum. Yeah. So just I will not take much time. These are few snapshots from the LMS. Like once one register, they can go to this. And that kind of dashboard is available, like how many have registered, how many are currently learning, how many have completed, how many are on the middle, like in the middle. So all these dashboard that state admin can actually view, which is basically towards, decreasing the pressure of, human resources, like, how 1 to 2% systematically getting engaged, ensure, many Krishi Sakhis learning about it, at least the beginners, and actually help the women, CLF women at the end of the day, to adopt the concept in its expected form. So yeah, so these are few snapshots, and just to give a real feel, I will say that, so this is the kind of certification at the end of the day our Krishi Sakhis will receive. And yeah, that's all. But just to give the audience a real feel of the LMS, I'll request, yeah. So basically, it's a platform, again, this platform, Prakrit, can you just scroll down a bit? So the name itself suggests it's like practical resources and knowledge for rural innovations and training. This was a platform which was jointly developed by DAN, RLM and Pradhan. And it happened like almost 1.5 years back. And this became a learning platform. Can you scroll down a bit? Go to the Learning Academy. Yeah, so scroll down. Yeah, so these had like 4 different components. So basically, as YouTube, you will have audio visuals. As podcast, you will have our experts, DDs, who can talk about their experiences. You have WhatsApp channel for easier access. And you also have Learning Academy, where basically this kind of massive online open course are run. Can you just quickly take the audience in 1 minute time, and then I'll conclude. Just go to Learning Academy, Learn more, yeah. Learn more. नीचे है. Yeah. Yeah. So basically this they have directly taken. So in Learning Academy, this MOOC is inbuilt, and once one complete or module wise, one can get the feel of like what is the status, and this will be the job of our state admin, who could be maybe a program manager or an SPM or anybody like leading the natural farming initiative. So that's all from my end. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, any question?
Thank you, Monisha ji. Any questions any of the audience has how to go about these programs? Madam will be available in the audience. You can please connect with her in the audience. I now request Ms. Kavita Mishra B, who heads the Mishra Organic Farm from Raichur. She was supposed to be in the panel previously, but their vehicle met with an accident, but her passion is so strong that she still decided to come and she wants to address us all. I request you all to please give a big hand to her and please welcome her. Please give a mic to Madam. Madam, you want to use the podium mic, or please give her a hand mic.
Thank you. Okay. No, ma'am. It's okay. One chair. Beda. Good evening, everybody. I am a farmer of Karnataka, Raichur district, a village called Kavital. There I am doing my farming. Actually, it is a very drought area of Karnataka, Raichur. It is totally hilly area. There I removed all those stones, and it was totally remote area, as I told earlier, and I was not having water at all, because today also I am facing a lot of water scarcity. It is a drought district of Karnataka itself. So what I decided, nowadays nobody want to marry a farmer, because we are not getting monthly income and retirement scheme. So nowadays in villages, only old couple of parents are staying there, and weak cows and bullocks are there. We can't see anybody else there because all are migrating towards the metros. And now when we are speaking about gender regenerative in agriculture perspective, what I wanted to tell, what I faced in my life, because my mother's place was Dharwad. I completed my engineering in computer science. But I got a small village called Kavital in Raichur district. I wanted to go for job, but my in-laws didn't allow me, so unwillingly I entered this agriculture. The major problem in agriculture is labor. We are not getting the labors. And the fertigation and insecticide cost more than what we are getting the income, it is more. So today I am working on the project. We have to reduce the cost of cultivation and we have to divide the resources of income. In that what I did, first I selected pomegranate. It was a wonderful crop. I got 112 rupees, 118 rupees, 180 rupees, and even 280 rupees. It was export because my each fruit was carrying minimum 500 to 600 gram each. After running behind the chemical farming, one day I came to saturation. Because of bacterial blight disease, my pomegranate went off. When I was getting 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, all told me Lakshmi. When I fell down, they left me. I had failed in life, but they represented me as if I have done some offense. I have been humiliated. I have been isolated. I have been smashed. I have been harassed by many. That time, I tried for committing suicide. Everybody left me, but not my husband. He took loan from outside. Again, he got me back. Because of depression, I had lost my legs. I was not about to walk. My dad taught me how to walk at the age of 2 years, but my husband taught me how to stand at the age of 28 years. My mom gave me birth, but my husband gave me rebirth. Today, whatever I am, it's only because of my husband. If he would have been not there, I would have not reached these peaks where I am today. First, I believed monocropping pomegranate, so I fell down. My husband had some confidence on me, so I wanted to do justice for his confidence on me. So this time, I divided my farm in multi-farming, that is integrated farming. So I divided agriculture, horticulture, agroforestry, and animal husbandry. Because in agriculture, we are getting short-term income. In horticulture, we are getting mid-term income. In agroforestry, we are getting long-term income. Of course, our animal husbandry is like bonus. We may celebrate our Deepavali and Dasera. So here, in my 8-acre, 10-gunta land, at present I have 2,850 sandalwood trees of 10 years old, 1,250 mangoes, 800 guava, 600 custard apple, 280 jamun, 800 teak, 250 amla, 180 tamarind, 100 lemon, 100 mosambi, 100 curry leaf. Along with this, I am running my own desi poultry, and I am running my own desi cows, ghee, ongol and all. At the same time, I am doing my sheep rearing, and I am doing my beekeeping. Why I have done all these things? Because you have one bottle before you. The owner has a right to fix that product of the price for that product. But we farmers don't have that right. हम लोग धूप में जलते हैं, बारिश में भीगते हैं, ठंडी में तड़पते हैं. इतना सब करने के बाद भी we don't have right to fix the price for our product. So it's okay. Instead of moving against the system, it is better move along with the system in an active way. That is my suggestion to our women farmers especially. I told as earlier, I have done all these trees in my farm. So from mango season, we are getting mango amount. Means from every season, a farmer must get income. When he is getting continuously income, that time the society respects him. After 45 to 50 years, when he don't have money in his hand, even he will be burdened for his own son and daughter. So that time I have selected in agroforestry, our crown of Karnataka, sandalwood, because according to the existing price of sandalwood per kg, 15 to 20,000 rupees per kg, from each acre a farmer may expect minimum 4 to 5 crores. An engineer can speak in crores, a doctor can speak in crores, but uneducated farmer must also speak in crores. So I did this package in my farm of my own. Why I did this? Because of humiliations, because of isolations, because of many harassments. And now when we are speaking about the rural women, they are really very talented. They are working like CCTV cameras. They are very punctual, they are very accurate, and they are consistently working, but they have not got the mainstream. Of course, I'll agree, they are not educated. Even though they are uneducated, they are very skilled, they are very talented. What all work if you'll give to them, they'll do it 100% very perfectly. But when you'll come to urban areas, if somebody knocks your door, your daughter or whoever she may be, she'll start murmuring and she'll open the door for the guests. But in village, whatever she may be doing, very immediately she'll come. If morning, with the cup of tea, she'll present herself. If afternoon, with the lunch plate, she'll welcome you. Even if you want to stay in her small hut, she will give her bed sheet and she will give a small fog to you because of mosquitoes. And you feel very blessed. Because earlier it was a trend, we wanted to live in multi-floored building and we wanted to see those multi-floored building. But now, if within 4 small mango trees, if small hut is there you feel more reliable and you feel very happy there, because you may get everything with the money but not the peace of mind. It is only possible in rural areas where our women are working day and night. I am working for those women, one who have been harassed, one who have been, because their journey resembles to me. So I am working for them. Actually, I left Bidar morning 4 o'clock. I wanted to come at that time, but some big vehicle came and a small accident happened with us. We left the vehicle there itself. But I wanted to give a small tribute to our rural women farmers, because their life is really very horrible. They are staying in very small villages. Then also, they are struggling to give a very beautiful life for their kids. Even they may be struggling, they wanted to give a very brightful life to their kids as well as son as daughter. And now coming to the main point, what my suggestion to this team, this topic is very good. We have today with us gender responsive regenerative agriculture. A gender responsive approach asks critical questions. Who owns the land? Who decides what is grown? Who bears the risk? And who benefits from the income? This is very important, because while traveling, you see in the farm, the women early in the morning, they'll get up, they'll prepare everything, they'll go to the ground level, they'll work in the field, they'll do everything, they'll harvest everything. But after harvesting, they'll send their husband, go and get the, go and sell that product what we have grown in our land. While coming, when he'll start counting the money, no, because of that, the agriculture has become male-oriented. Instead of that, if women have been gone to that market, of course it would have been female-oriented. सब लोग बोलते हैं कृषि पुरुष प्रधान है, मगर मुझे लगता है वो महिला प्रधान है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर 75% काम जो करते हैं ना वो महिला लोग ही करते हैं. मगर मैंने जैसे कहा, उनको वो प्लेटफॉर्म मिलना चाहिए, वो आज तक मिला नहीं, वो पर्दे के पीछे है. तो इसीलिए मैं आज इस स्टेज के दौरान उनको रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहती हूँ, जो 1 acre लैंड भी है, 10 because 1 acre land is equal to 40 gunta, 1 gunta is equal to 1089 square feet. You people are staying in metros, you have 2500 to 6000 square feet building. You are thinking you are more rich, but in this world, the more richest person is farmer itself, because he has 40,000 square feet guntas of land in his ownership. So, हमारे पास जो भी लैंड है, मैं चाहती हूँ हमारे जो महिलाएं हैं उसको डिवाइड करना चाहिए, एग्रीकल्चर, हार्टिकल्चर, एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री. इसके साथ मेरा बेटी ने मुझे कहा, पापा ने जॉब छोड़ने को कहा, आपने क्यों छोड़ा? आपके दोनों बहन लोग बेंगलुरु में सॉफ्टवेयर टेक किए, उनका जीवन बहुत टॉप है, आपने हमको क्या दिया? उसका वो बात मुझे सोने नहीं दिया. इसीलिए अभी तक जो प्लांट्स मैंने बोला, उस प्लांट्स का नर्सरी का ट्रेनिंग मैं लेके, IWST से ट्रेनिंग लेके आज बहुत अच्छा क्वालिटी का सैंडलवुड सीडलिंग्स मैं कर्नाटक में, उतना ही नहीं, मुजफ्फरपुर बिहार, छत्तीसगढ़, रायपुर, महसाना गुजरात, आंध्र प्रदेश, तेलंगाना, तमिलनाडु, केरला, भारत के हर एक स्टेट को मैं अपना सैंडलवुड सीडलिंग्स बेचती हूँ. सो टुडे आई फील प्राउड टू से दिस अलॉन्ग विद द फार्म वुमन. आई एम अ विमन एंटरप्रेन्योर इन एग्रीकल्चर. सो आई वांटेड टू थैंक my motherland, because everybody left me, but my motherland didn't left me. So, see, according to the AI survey reports, the future of India is in agriculture, not in your startups. Because already कोरोना आकर के सबका टायर पंचर हो गया था. सबके घर में 3 वक्त का चावल डाल दिया किसान ने, 3 वक्त का वेजिटेबल्स दिया किसान ने, 3 वक्त का फ्रूट्स दिया किसान ने, 3 वक्त का दूध दही घी दिया किसान ने. सब कुछ डूब सकता है, एग्रीकल्चर डूब नहीं सकता. पहले भी एग्रीकल्चर था, आज भी है, कल भी रहेगा. इसीलिए मुझे बहुत से मेट्रोस का आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स जो है बात करते हैं, मैम हम भी जन्मभूमि हमारा ये है, कर्मभूमि हम लोग फॉरेन में रहते हैं, मगर वी आर वेल ड्रेस्ड बट वी आर मेंटली डिप्रेस्ड. वी वांटेड टू लिव विथ अवर मदरलैंड, सो वी वांटेड टू बी वी. बिकॉज हम लोग बनावटी का ज़िंदगी जी जी के, रोबोटिक ज़िंदगी जी जी के बस हो गया है. आज हमारा खुद का ज़िंदगी हम जीना चाहते हैं. वापस अपने धरती माँ के पास आते हैं, बहुत से झाड़ ग्रो करके छोटा सा एक झोपड़ी में जीना चाहते हैं एक गाय के साथ. तो दिस इज़ द प्रेजेंट सिनारियो. इसके साथ जो भी मैं ग्रो करती हूँ इट इज़ प्योरली ऑर्गेनिक, क्योंकि मैंने देसी गाय जो पालन किया है, घी रोंगोल, उससे मैं जीवामृत बनाती हूँ, दशपर्णी बनाती हूँ, सप्तधान्य बनाती हूँ, पंचगव्य बनाती हूँ. ये जो है ना हमारे लोकल जहाँ पर वहाँ पर जो महिला है उनको मैं ट्रेनिंग भी देती हूँ. और अपना 10 गुंठा लैंड को भी हम लोग कैसे सर्वाइव कर सकते हैं, उससे इनकम कैसे जनरेट कर सकते हैं और उससे हम लोग कैसा इकोनॉमिकली स्ट्रांग हो सकते हैं. ये एक प्लेटफॉर्म, एक पैकेज, एक प्रोजेक्ट मैंने मेरे फार्म पे बनाया है. बिकॉज आई एम वर्किंग ऑन द प्रोजेक्ट. अ सिंगल स्क्वायर फीट ऑफ अवर लैंड शुड नॉट बी वेस्टेड, because our land also have the rental charges. In MSP you are considering only labor charges, insecticide, fertigation, all other expenses, not the rental charges. Our land also have the rental charges. We have to do justice with our land. So only I have done this agroforestry, animal husbandry, I told you, along with all other things I am doing. So today I feel too proud to say this. I am a big daughter of our Karnataka soil, because it has gifted me a lot of things. So thank you so much. Thank you one and all.
Such an inspiring story deserves a big round of applause. Madam is a very good example of how a farmer is resilient. चाहे कोई भी मुश्किल हो, कैसे उस मुश्किल से उभर के आना है, कैसे परिवार का साथ होने से कुछ भी पॉसिबल है. सुबह एक पैनलिस्ट या फिर एक डेलीगेट ने पूछा था कि why only women? I think this is the perfect answer for that. So thank you, ma'am, and we are so happy that you still came after all the hardships you had. मैडम की ज़िंदगी में जितने भी हार्डशिप थे, आज भी उनको इतना ही हार्डशिप फेस करना पड़ा, उसके बावजूद मैडम यहाँ पर आई है, तो हम आपके बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं. एंड प्लीज़ मैम, आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू प्लीज़ फेलिसिटेट हर मैम. एंड ऑल्सो मैम प्लीज़ कम, मनीषा मैम प्लीज़.
Before we felicitate her, I really want all of you to actually realize what women can't do. She is a perfect example of the answer that was asked, the question that was asked in the morning, and she gave a very beautiful way of how the husband supported her, how the family supported her, and how she was able to change and make it a very, very transformative journey. So it was not only about her the challenges which she faced along with her husband, with the family, that is the biggest strength. And I think हम लोगों को जो सबसे बड़ी learning जो मिलती है वो यही मिलती है कि हम जब SHG दीदियों के साथ काम करते हैं, लखपति दीदियों के साथ काम करते हैं, तो किसी भी स्तर पे हम ये ना सोचें कि हम केवल वो इंडिविजुअल दीदी को लेकर ही उनको ही ट्रेन कर रहे हैं, उनकी ही कैपेसिटी बिल्ड कर रहे हैं. उस पूरा फैमिली का जो सपोर्ट है वो आज एक आपके सामने एक जीता जागता उदाहरण है यहाँ पर. एंड कविता मिश्रा जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर टेलिंग अस ऑल दिस, बिकॉज looking at your academic excellence, you being a computer science student and be in computer science, it's so good to see that you're running your own Mishra Organic Farms. एंड सब लोगों से यही रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये जो एक थ्राइविंग एग्रोलॉजी जो एग्रीकल्चर एंटरप्राइज जिसके बारे में वो बता रही थी, उससे हम सब जो इंस्पिरेशनल स्टोरीज़ हैं उनको ज़रूर फैलाएं. आपके यहाँ पर भी जिन स्टेट्स में भी ऐसे एक्सेप्शनल एग्जाम्पल्स हैं दीदियों के साथ, उनको ज़रूर सामने लेकर आएं, उनको मौका दें कि वो दूसरे स्टेट्स में जाएं, अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस शेयर करें. और जैसे हमारे सामने आज कविता दीदी ने इतना बताया, हम तो आपको दीदी बोलेंगे. सो जो कविता जी ने आज बताया, it's not only the love of motherland tree also, and it's so good to hear you, so inspiring and such a transformative journey. We are actually, I think this was the best thing to happen at the end of the day. Thank you so much. हमारा मन नहीं कर रहा था क्या बोलना बंद करें. Though it was a long day.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತಗೋನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ
Monisha, please.
ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ ಒಂದು ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Thank you.
Are we done for the day? Nice.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬೇಡ. I told you. After this, close it.
सुबह में 9:30 to 10 का जो टाइम
Online.